Usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day...
In 1977, Fleetwood Mac released Dreams from their 11th studio album, Rumors, which became their first and only U.S. #1 hit single.
Really?
The only
I thought
number
they had
one.
more than that.
Stevie Nicks.
Wrote-
Oh, go ahead.
Wrote the song in early 1976 in around 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was reading here.
Just tossed it off,
Yeah,
did she?
here's the song.
I like her explanation. She says that, so it's about Lindsey Buckingham,
Yes.
who's in the band. Mm-hmm. And it was at the end of their relationship. And she said the meaning of the song was an invitation for Lindsey to leave the relationship if he wanted to, because she also wanted out. So if you'd like to leave.
If you're done, I'm done.
Please go ahead, leave. And she wrote it in about 10 minutes. So I was listening closely to the song.
Mm-hmm.
Her voice is almost a country singer voice. It's really good. I mean, I love it. But it's almost like a country song, the way she sings it.
But amazing that just
There's an answer song to it.
Let me just do this to you. There you go.
There's an answer song.
Oh?
Lindsey Buckingham wrote "Go Your Own Way" in answer to that song.
Which is
then-
perfect. So they broke up. So that was
it. They were done.
some of us break up, via text.
Poop emoji. The
Some
song.
of us break up, ghosting. Others write 2-hit songs.
I've broken up via poetry before.
Oh, like you wrote a poem?
Well, no, I should say I've been broken up with via a poem.
Oh, okay.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Hey, Bill, there's the door. Out go you.
Was it something like that?
I've had poems written about me which said I don't like you anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Like to not like somebody and take the time to write a poem about it?
Yeah. Well, it was an interesting relationship. You might as well.
There was an old DJ named Bill.
Yeah. That kind. It was yeah. And I have written poems about breakups, not directly at the person, but
Because that's effort. Usually by the time you're ready to be done, I'm ready to be done.
Well, we artistic types, me and Stevie Nicks and Lindsay, us artistic types, those things just flow out of us in like 10 minutes.
You use it for your art.
Yeah. I mean, really, those kind of poems I wrote in, they were like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. They come out.
Well, there were many choices today for opening night.
Yeah, there's lots of on this day.
Like what?
On this day,
Yes.
in 1979, a 2-week run at #1 on the U.S. singles chart, it's the Bee Gees with Tragedy.
You hit the post. You hit the post.
#1.
I wish
This
the Bee
and
Gees-
Dreams both hit #1.
I wish the Bee Gees did not remind me of my brother-in-law so much.
Why do they remind you of your brother-in-law?
Because I've told the story a million times, Gina. He worked for Robert Stigwood, and he likes to talk about it a lot.
Wait,
lot.
hold on. Shh. Quiet.
It's her
quiet,
favorite
quiet.
part.
There's like a fly.
I'm
DJs now, successful DJs.
I'm time machine hot for Barry Gibb.
Time machine hot.
Yeah. Not current Barry Gibb. I'm
No.
time machine hot.
1970s Barry Gibb.
Yes.
Mormon Jesus Barry Gibb.
Yes.
I should introduce you to my brother-in-law. He'd tell you all kinds of stories about Barry.
Does he have some of his chest hair in a
Yes.
No.
We got his DNA.
in a mason jar
We're going to
somewhere?
clone him.
No, all he has are the memories.
All he has
are the memories.
What were the other choices?
Let's see. We also had. I offered this and you shut it down immediately. I think mostly because Stephanie would.
Yeah,
be mad.
I don't want to incur the wrath of Steph from the chat room.
What is
But
it?
on
What?
this day in 1985,
Yeah.
also #1 on all of these were #1 hits in various years. I'm waiting to see if Carrie.
I can't remember. Is it this one?
Yes, it's a duet between Philip Bailey, Earth, Wind, and Fire,
Yeah.
Philip Bailey,
Yeah,
and Phil Collins.
Oh, yeah.
She's an easy lover.
I don't know why this would incur Stephanie's wrath.
It's
but
Phil Collins.
but it incurs mine.
But doesn't the Philip Bailey cancel out the Phil Collins?
I like Phil
Doesn't-
Collins, okay?
I don't think so.
But I just don't like this song. Yeah. Stephanie, if it makes you feel any better, Phil Collins can't walk now.
Oh,
He's
that's why he's on my list.
he can't. I read that in the news last week. He's been in bad shape, but
Yep.
his family says he can no longer walk.
The saddest story about Phil Collins was when he was going through his second divorce. Same woman, divorced twice.
Mm-hmm.
And part of her argument with him was that he doesn't shower enough.
Ooh.
He smells bad. He doesn't shower enough.
Wow.
Ugh.
Well, I've had a poem written about me for that very reason.
I'm breaking up with you, Bill.
You don't
'cause
shower
You don't
enough.
There was an old
enough.
stinker named Bill.
He lived on the side of a hill.
Uh,
Yes.
What were the other? Were there any other choices? Is that pretty much it?
well, I mean, Milli Vanilli had a
No,
court case on this day.
No.
That was
No.
about- No?
No
Oh,
Milli Vanilli.
Simon and Garfunkel on this day.
Yeah, what?
Homeward Bound
Nice song. Very nice song.
charted on this
Hmm.
day.
It charted.
It entered the charts
I got
on
it.
this day. This is a lovely
Very,
song.
really pretty.
I'm sitting in the railway station, got a ticket for my destination.
It made it to number 5 on the chart.
Tour of one night stands, my suitcase and guitar in hand, and every stop is neatly planned for a poet and a one-man band.
I think the best version of this song I saw performed was when Paul Simon hosted Saturday Night Live and did it live.
Did he just do it by himself?
Him and a guitar, I think.
Yeah.
And it was quite good. Now, are these remakes?
What is this?
This is Fleetwood Mac, Homeward Bound.
I
Or,
don't.
or does
Sounds like
everybody
a
just have a
different
song
song.
that's...
Probably.
That sounds like a
Okay.
different song.
Well, here's Willie and Waylon.
Oh, this will be Homeward Bound. This is Paul Simon.
No, this is Willie and Waylon.
No, but is
Oh,
it
you mean
the
remake
Paul
it?
Simon
It'll be
song?
Simon?
It'll be
Railway
the-
station,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
ticket for my destination.
Oh, is Willie on anybody's list?
Not on mine.
No. He's had his big birthday party.
Tour of one night
I think it's
stand,
coming up.
my suitcase and guitar in hand.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What?
Is there a Milli Vanilli version of it?
No. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Music and the Spoken Word presents the Mormon Tabernacle Choir
Doing Homeward Bound?
doing Homeward Bound.
Really?
No kidding.
Yeah. Here, let me get into it.
I don't think that's it.
No.
This is different.
This is
Homeward
about, this is about going to heaven.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Homeward Bound, you know.
All right, yeah.
That's not the Simon and Garfunkel.
No.
No, Gina, it isn't.
We can't end on that, Carrie. Give me one more, something else.
One more something else?
Something else, just
Something else by the Motab Choir. No?
No,
Some more
just-
Motab?
something more peppy. Something more.
This is the 430,000th edition of Music and the Spoken Word.
Here you go, Gina. Just for you.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right.
All right, let's begin so we can end.
All right, let's get it over with. We can take a break here, and you can rinse the taste out of your mouth of the Bee Gees and the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. And you can check in with us, 877-602-9696. Check in here at the end of the week, 877-602-9696. You never know. This may be your last chance to do it ever, because we got the weekend, and people usually get fired on the weekend.
Well, don't say.
Well, I'm just saying.
If you've got a meeting with your boss on a Friday, that's usually.
Yeah, 877-602-9696. Check in with us. Are we going to give away that metal camp coffee mug thing?
This one here.
Yeah,
That's straight from my house.
that's a special metal coffee mug. Got X96 and logo on it and a Squatters logo. It's blue, isn't it?
No, it's black.
Is it black? It's fun. I thought it was black, but it looks blue in the light over here.
It's like Superman's hair then.
That's right, exactly. 877-602-9696. A random caller will get that. Check in, have something to say. You can also text us, 33986. On Friday, I left this show early, 9:30, because I had to go have a procedure scheduled for 10:30. And I wasn't going to talk about it other than to say it was a procedure, but Gina, I think off the air, said to me, or maybe it was on the air, I talked about my hysterectomy.
Yeah, that's
all the
personal.
time. Yeah.
Carrie's had a testicle removed.
Well, yeah, we did. We talked
That's
about it on the
personal.
air. And I said, okay, I'm having a procedure having to do with my prostate. Now, I won't go into all the details of that because it's just technical and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have prostate cancer. I have a perfectly healthy prostate, except for it starts to enlarge as you get older. They say men should have a prostate exam probably by about 45, age of 45 is the first one you should. And the doctor just checks to see, is it normal size or is it getting bigger? And they can tell, then they do I think it's a PSA blood test where they can determine if there is any, are there any cancer cells there and that sort of thing. So anyway, I went to have this procedure. Another reason that I decided was okay to talk about it today and on Friday, I started getting emails from people saying, thanks for talking about this. You know, people are embarrassed to talk about things like this, about their prostates and their other body parts, and we shouldn't be because, you know, these...
It's health care.
Here's one email that I got. Thanks for letting me listen. I just moved to Reno in July because my now fiance got into medical school. She started doing face-to-face patient exams that include basic strength tests, neurological, etc. She also started doing more invasive evaluations, like checking the prostate. One thing I did not know is that the school she is in, University of Nevada, Reno, actually hires actors as patients. So she had a new patient and told me as nervously she put her investigative finger in the place where you put it. He immediately corrected her course of action and said, no, you've really got to get it up in there. It was an actor who's
done this
many times. Says so maybe Bill can get back into acting.
Jeez. What's my motivation?
You guys are awesome.
Bill's a prostate exam actor.
I wasn't sure I would be at work today.
Really?
Yeah, because the procedure was painful but bearable. You know what I mean? It's like the doctor will say, okay,
you're going to feel this now.
No, he'll say, okay, I've got to do this one more time, so get ready. Okay, one more time, get ready, you know. And you're going, oh. And there's you've got fortunately, the laughing gas, which you have to pay extra for because the insurance company would just as soon have you suffer.
Yeah.
And the laughing gas doesn't do anything for pain. It just makes you not care, really.
And it still hurt, but then I was laughing while it was hurting and joking about it. But so when it's over, they tell you to expect lots of different things happening. Blood in your urine.
They were mucking around in there.
You know, blood in your urine, it's normal. It will be normal. It could go on for days. All kinds of... Well, what happened to me, I had a little bit of that, but one thing that happens is frequency of urination.
You haven't gotten any rest, have you?
The first day, I did not. I probably slept 20 minutes at a time all night. Oh, God. And what's weird about it is, you know, Carrie, I don't know if it's the same for women, but when you feel the sensation, I have to pee. You can kind of hold it back and sit and go and contemplate it. And
I don't want to get up.
Now, if you do it too long, you'll go, uh-oh, I got to run.
Yeah.
There's none of that. It was just like instant.
It's happening now.
Yeah. And I actually did not make it to the bathroom twice.
Ooh.
It's terrible. It was just, And so but then yesterday it was quite a bit better. And today I'm wearing my pants where I can just hurry and throw them off.
Yeah.
I don't have to
You
worry
have those
about
breakaway stripper pants?
Yeah, I don't have to worry about belt buckles or anything like that. And I may have to run out during some portion of the program. You don't know.
Okay.
So if I just disappear while the show is on, that's what's going on.
Now, it might be indelicate, but
Yeah.
why wouldn't you, for a day or two,
Mm-hmm.
wear something that would make it not so bad if you didn't make it all the way?
Oh,
to
I thought about that. Wear adult diapers
just
or
for
something.
this isn't a permanent
I'll
thing,
tell you.
just for a day or two.
So I tell you what I did do. As I left the office, the nurse said, "Oh, here, take this. There might be some leakage." And it was this little conical thing, that you're supposed to, put over your, your junk.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh, okay." And I did that on the way home, but it didn't do any good, and it kept. So when we got home, my wife said, "Well, here, let's get some panty liners."
I was going to
Yeah.
say.
I
yeah.
got panty liners. I
Yeah.
said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, panty liners." And we put that in, stuck it down on the
Yeah.
underwear, and that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
So, but I did think about adult diapers
Just
because when I was asleep,
Mm-hmm.
and that actually had happened this morning, I almost didn't make it
Yeah.
out of the bed. At one point, I just woke up instantly and went to the bathroom, and
But ultimately, when this heals,
yeah, I mean, the procedure is designed to relieve. When your prostate gets bigger, it puts pressure on your bladder, and that causes different problems with urination. So, and it can also, I think it can hasten cancer, or So this procedure just takes the prostate and so it's not resting on your bladder.
Yeah.
That's all it is, and then you don't have to get up 5 times a night. And
Yeah.
So, but right now it's like, whew. But I'm amazed. I read all the things, the symptoms, and said expect this to go on for 7 to 10 days, and I'm really pretty good, except for
that.
well, and it gets
Do you need
better.
to go? Do you need this? We've been
No,
talking for a while.
Went. I just went.
Oh, there we go.
So that's what it was. By the way, if anybody has any questions that they want to ask me about the procedure or prostate or whatever, just email me, bill@x96.com, and I'll be happy to answer more personal questions via email if you want to do that.
All right, let's get this over with.
Yeah, let's. You guys hang in there for a second more. Zach and Melissa and Jana, we'll get to you in just a second. Let's officially begin the show, and then we'll do the check-ins. Gina?
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollment for fall semester.
The word on the street is the sun will rise today at 7:24. And will set at 7:43 p.m. We'll have 12 hours and 19 minutes of daylight today. The moon is a waxing crescent moon, 9.8% of full. The moon will set today at 11:33 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 24th day of March in the year of our Lord, Jesus Christus, 2023. Gina, here's a countdown for you.
All right.
I know you love a countdown.
I do.
You'll really like this one.
Okay.
It is 163 days until September 2nd, which is International Bacon Day. Bacon, one of the oldest preserved foods in the world, and bacon is patriotic, too. During World War II, citizens donated excess bacon fat to the army so they could extract glycerin to make bombs to bomb Hitler with. And this is the...
We bombed Hitler with bacon?
Bacon bombs.
Yes.
How many days again?
163.
Okay. I have the perfect picture I'm going to share about that.
This is the Clutching Forks and Knives to Eat Their Bacon edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning.
That's right.
And here we are with something lacking, and what we need's a damn good whacking. The Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our fine producer. And we have Dawson helping out, and we have Cameron Diaz helping out. And now,
All right.
we go to your check-ins.
Let's begin here. Let's start with, looks like Zach is first.
Hey, Zach in West Jordan, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
Well, I asked you first.
I'm just driving home from a long night of work.
What do you do overnight?
an officer of the police type, I guess.
You, so you're a cop, or are you a security guard? Are you a security guard or an actual cop?
I'm a cop.
Actual cop.
I checked in. I've checked in once before. It's kind of nice. Like coming home from work, get a little bit of a laugh before I go to bed. So
Aw.
listening to you guys.
You have a hard job. Have you always worked the night shift?
Yeah, I like the night shift. Yeah, I'm a creature of the night, so I prefer it.
All right. Anything
good time.
anything exciting happened last night, or was it just sort of routine?
Every night is like being in a movie. People wouldn't believe it. It's
Really?
like being in a live action movie. Yeah,
Yeah.
we go out and some of the stuff we get to do.
Well, it is. I know. You know, I used to be out a lot in the night.
In the back of police cars, though.
I
Bill, it's
have been in the
different.
back of a police. Yes, I have once.
Yeah, my spot's it's empty right now.
It's got
Well,
room for you,
Nice
Bill.
and warm.
Swing on by and pick me up.
Come on over.
Free Uber.
Zach, listen. I think because we salute our boys in blue, the police officers, we should give you a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
Would you like that?
The camp edition.
Oh, I'd love it. That'd
All
be
right.
awesome.
Hang on the line, and
Hang on.
we'll get you one. Okay,
Hang
Just
on.
hang on.
We'll get that for you. All right. Let's go to Melissa. Hello, Melissa.
Hi there.
Hi.
Melissa, you're out in Murray, I see. I hope you weren't calling just to get the coffee mug because we gave it to a cop.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to check in. Heading actually in just a little bit to go. Kind of want to let everybody know at the Salt Palace today they're doing something called Project Homeless,
Yep.
and I'm going to be a volunteer for that. And so heading down there to work on that today.
Excellent.
So it'll be kind of cool. I'm doing a one-on-one.
What are you doing? What for them?
I'm doing a one-on-one to where I'm one of the volunteers that they basically give whoever walks in. You get assigned a homeless person and you take them around for any services that they might need, if they need a haircut or dental work or legal services. I'm that person that takes them around for like a few hours, however long it takes.
Nice.
Now I know we have people who are homeless either temporarily and some chronically who actually listen to this show. And so if you don't know about it, you can go to the Calvin L. Rampton Salt Palace Convention Center today from what time to what time is it, Melissa?
It starts at 9 and it ends at 4.
9 to 4, and there are all those services that Melissa just mentioned that you
right.
can avail yourself
Nice.
of if you're homeless. Perhaps you're a homeless veteran. There are services for you. So thanks for doing that, Melissa.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Well, no problem.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Let's go to Jana. Hi, Jana.
What's up with you?
Hey-o.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. So first of all, I just want to say hello.
Hello.
I was wondering, can I shout out a live stream fundraiser?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So there's this TikToker named The Handy Ma'am, and she's doing a TikTok. What was that?
Just keep going. Keep going.
So her name is the Handy Ma'am, and she's doing a TikTok live stream fundraiser for transgender people who can't afford gender affirming care.
Oh, okay.
And so it's on the 30th through the 31st, and which is Transgender Day of Remembrance. So yeah, I just thought I would let people know.
that's
It'd
nice.
be really cool.
How do you access that? Is it
Just
on TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on TikTok.
And you look for the Handy
Ma'am.
Ma'am. What?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
ma'am.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Cool.
All right. Let's see. Happy birthday to Mrs. Cement Dave.
Happy birthday.
Let's see. Mr. Toast checking in. Teacher Emily checking in. Logan the Welder. Johnny B. All the usual cast of suspects checking in. Thank you all.
And the usual cast of suspects of weather affecting your traffic is happening yet again today. Little Cottonwood Canyon closed for avalanche control, estimated to reopen at about 8:30, but that could be pushed back depending on how much snow and rain we start getting this morning. Very slow traffic and icy roads, northbound I-15 through Orem. University Parkway is going very slow. Snow's falling in Provo Canyon. And Mountain View Corridor, looks like they're seeing some snow there as well. Crash southbound I-15 American Fork. Vehicle facing sideways, both right and left sides of the freeway. So already seeing weather-related issues this morning. It's a good reminder to slow down, turn your lights on. Make sure you leave space between you and the car in front of you. And if you see anything and it's safe for you to text us and let us know, 33986 is where you do that. The Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss March 4th, coming up at the Commonwealth on Thursday, March 30th. Get tickets and the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
Big boy news and innuendo coming up next.
Listen to Radio.
We always say people love lists. You know, we got a list, another list. I have a list here. This may put an end to that. I don't know.
Really?
A list that maybe people will think, no, you know, I just don't want any other list.
What is the list?
It's a list of horrible things that happened to penises in 2022, and these are all descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
See, happens to them makes it sound like it was an accident. These are things that were purposefully done, aren't they?
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I think you can make your own determination. Some of them you could say, okay, I could see where that might have happened. Some of them are a bit far-fetched.
But mostly I think it's going to be, I don't know, I haven't seen the list, but I think it's going to be, you really shouldn't put that there.
I mean, everybody knows how much I try to avoid Wang altogether.
Mm-hmm.
But since we just did that big political school voucher rant, maybe this is the time to pull out something like this to sort of...
I'm not sure I like the term pull out something like
okay.
this.
All right. I was going to say cleanse the palate as well, but I don't think that's probably... Yeah.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, we've given you ample warning.
Plenty.
This is horrible things that have happened to penises in 2022. Descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
All right.
This one, first one, was making coffee when his French press broke and spilled coffee on his penis.
Ooh.
Okay, that sounds like a legitimate accident.
That could have happened.
That's a legitimate accident.
Could have happened.
All right.
This one I don't understand. His hair became wrapped around his penis. Now, I'm not sure what the... I can't even picture the situation.
Yeah.
Well, they're not numbered. Just next one. Leaned forward slightly while lying in bed, accidentally discharging his .45 caliber handgun into the base of his penis.
Well, in your bed.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay.
Tried to ride the dog, causing a penis contusion.
Ride
the dog.
Ride the dog. Okay.
Tried to circumcise himself with a pair of scissors.
That would, yeah.
Now that I believe that probably did happen.
Probably.
That person was being uncommonly honest. What's happened here, sir? Let's see. Quickly ran into the bathroom yesterday morning. Pushed the door open, but there was something there behind the door, and the door did not open very far, so the patient squeezed himself through the door and bumped his scrotum against the door. Bam. Shut on him. That could have happened.
I suppose.
Let's see. Taking a shower, pulled on it too hard, and it started to bleed.
Well,
I don't...
Yeah,
I don't think that's...
Another...
rubbed too hard with a loofah.
Well... Sometimes they can be really rough.
They are really rough.
The new ones.
I don't know why you'd want to...
For exfoliation, Bill.
I don't know why you'd want to exfoliate your...
Yeah.
Let's see. Playing with a toy dinosaur, and he made it bite his...
You get what you get there, I think.
I think maybe that did happen, and the guy was saying, I was just kidding around.
Yeah.
Caught in the zipper now. Caught in the zipper of the pants.
Oh, I
Franks
saw
and
that
Beans.
movie.
And
yeah.
it's happened to me when I was a kid. It happened to me. Now in this case, it still had the zipper attached when he arrived at the hospital. Presumably too painful to.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid, it probably happened once or twice to me, as a matter of fact. And that's painful. dancing and accidentally hit his penis on the ground.
I don't even know how that would happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. There's a couple here. I can't. These are, some of them are so bad I can't even say them. Let's see. Sibling threw a spray paint can into a bonfire, which exploded and caused burns to.
Was that in the South? That was in the South, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It doesn't say.
You don't throw your cans into the fire.
Let's see. No, I can't do that one. Lying in bed playing video games when he noticed he was having penis pain.
That's it?
That's all it says. Let's see. There are lots of these. Kicked in the testicles by a pit bull.
Well,
That could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Tried to do a slide out on the dirt bike. I guess that means, like slide it underneath you, kind of like a trick.
That'd do it.
The tire of the bike brushed up on a tree. The patient fell off the bike, and it split his scrotum in half.
Ooh, that would do it.
Swelling and pain after sitting down really hard on a chair.
Well, yeah.
That could happen.
Could happen.
Really?
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
It could.
I mean, I don't have these parts, so I defer to you guys.
Well, you can imagine you don't have parts that dangle like that.
No,
So that could happen.
Okay.
Ran into a gaming chair.
A lot of these sound like they could be avoided with proper underwear.
There is a point there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these happen when someone is naked doing things they shouldn't be doing naked.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. Closed his eyeglass case on his.
Now, how would that happen?
They snap. Because
how? What? I get that. That's one of those you get what you get. I think
you're probably right. Let's see. Oh, this probably happened. Was spinning a non-lit fire spinner baton when it hit his scrotum. It's very specific.
Yeah.
So it's a fire spinning baton, but it wasn't lit.
Okay, but it wasn't lit.
But still hit him in the.
Well, yeah.
Hit him in the. Drinking at his bachelor party, passed out. Friends glued his penis to his stomach.
Oh,
I bet that
those
happened.
aren't friends. Why would friends do that?
No.
Those are not your friends.
I'm sure that happened. I got to skip. Let's see. Was out walking, ran into the tip of a mop handle.
No, you didn't. Out walking.
I was out walking, and there was this mop.
Just right there in the middle of the road.
I don't know what happened there.
That for a second.
His wedding ring got stuck on the base of.
What?
His wedding ring?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you how much I love you.
No.
But that's really, does he have big fingers?
Or a tiny.
Yeah.
That's.
Was watching football. Got excited when the team scored and accidentally punched himself in the penis.
How do you punch?
I don't. I guess. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that was it.
No, you can't control your.
You can't.
Got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
Put some underwear on.
Don't be loading and unloading a dishwasher. Well, as a matter of fact, it says here,
Stop doing things naked.
Was unloading his dishwasher without any clothing on, and he has a penis ring, and it got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
That'll do it.
And that forcibly removed his. This I can't.
This is a list of stupid people.
Yeah. Now,
they deserve what they get.
I think the only real injury I can think that I've had like that. Oh well, wait a minute. I had another one that I think I've probably talked about it on the air, but I would never do it again. But I did when I was a little kid, the zipper one.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't.
More than once you did that?
I think maybe more than once. Probably twice. Because when you're little, you don't. You're just getting used to zipper technology.
You were in a hurry, weren't you?
Well, you're always in a hurry when you're doing that sort
First
of thing.
time I'd give you a warning. This warning. You do this again, and I'm taking it away from you. Because
The
you
zipper or
obviously
the-
can. Well,
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
if you like the U2,
Yes.
which a lot of people on the planet seem to, your Disney Plus special, a sort of homecoming with David Letterman and Bono and The Edge, I recommend it to you.
David Letterman, Bono, and The Edge, and David Letterman's beard.
Yes.
It's its own character.
Oh, my God.
All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by.
Are you planning to buy a home? There's no need to blow your savings. Now you can use government grant money for the down payment. New Dwello can find up to $26,000 for your home purchase. To see if you qualify, text Tour Homes to 32323.
Thank you.
Well, California prosecutors have dropped domestic violence charges against Justin Roiland,
So what
who
happens
created
now?
Cartoon Network animated series Rick and Morty and provided the voices of the show's two title characters. He co-created it with Harmon, Dan Harmon. Orange County District Attorney spokeswoman Kimberly A. Eads said that the two felony counts involving a former girlfriend were dropped, quote, due to a lack of sufficient evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Roiland responded to the dismissal on Twitter, saying he'd been awaiting trial, but saying, I knew that these charges would be dismissed one way or another. He's always claimed that they were absolutely baseless. They charges dated to May of 2020, but they apparently went unnoticed by the media outlets until NBC News reported on it in January of this year. And so that's...
So will they bring him back, or?
Don't know.
I don't know.
They have not said yet.
I know Adult Swim is already working on recasting the voices, and they're proceeding forward with more Rick and Mortys, but without him. And it's not just this charge; it's some other stuff.
Dan Harmon's had some problems too, right?
That I don't know.
I think he has. With so many eyes on the trial into a ski collision between Iron Man actress,
Really? Iron Man? That's
what
the
it
one
says,
you...
Gwyneth Paltrow, and a retired non-Iron Man optometrist, it was only a matter of time that her fashion became part of the coverage. The critiques immediately came in on day one of the trial, as Paltrow donned a pair of what one internet commenter called Jeffrey Dahmer glasses, and they did look kind of like the glasses that you see mugshots of Jeffrey Dahmer. A description that's since gone viral, but it wasn't until day two that her outfit and jewelry were dissected, specifically in terms of price. According to a report from the Daily Mail, Paltrow's outfit on Wednesday, which was almost identical to the one worn as the trial began on Tuesday, her outfit cost more than most luxury cars.
So we should take her for everything she has.
A Utahn working the state's minimum wage, for context, would have to work for 4 years and spend money on nothing else in order to afford the lifestyle brand aficionado's wardrobe, what she wore on March 22nd. She looks very good. Both days, Paltrow arrived to 3rd District Court in Park City wearing brown, wide-legged trousers, clunky, chunky shoes, and an ankle-length olive green trench coat. The only major difference between the two outfits was Paltrow's choice of sweaters. Her Tuesday turtleneck and her Wednesday cardigan were both of a similar shade of cream.
This is somebody's job to document what she's wearing and look up how much it costs.
The sweaters, they are from her own brand, Goop.
Yeah.
And so Daily Mail looked them up on Goop. Both sweaters, each one of them cost $595.
Which is crazy in itself. But I saw a tweet earlier that I thought made a good point. If this were Tom Cruise, would we be talking about how much his suit cost?
No.
Probably not.
No. It's just
No.
Tom Cruise is in court.
Measles. Salt Lake County resident who recently traveled out of the country is confirmed to have contracted a case of measles.
Great.
Health officials reported on Thursday this is the first reported case of measles in Utah since 2017. The Salt Lake County Health Department reported the resident was not vaccinated against measles. Where the individual traveled, as well as their age and gender, were not made available by the health department. The current measles case was reported Wednesday. An investigation was immediately initiated. The last time a case of measles made its way to the state was 2017, involved an individual who also traveled outside of the country, but who had received all of the proper vaccinations, health officials said. So you see, what this tells me, too, is that when people get COVID, even though they're vaccinated, people, the anti-vaxxers go, you see, that vaccination doesn't work. All vaccinations, none of them are 100% effective.
No.
They reduce your chances of getting something or getting very ill with something.
Now,
That's what they do.
The measles one is, I don't know what the percentage is a very high percentage effective. It's probably 90% or more.
I mean, it was gone, you know.
And you vaccinate the population because then it's less likely to be passed around. And
but I don't want a microchip in me, though.
Measles was declared eradicated in the United States about 20 years ago, but travel-acquired illness can still crop up, or maybe sometimes you get it at Disneyland. I remember that case.
Yeah.
A bunch of unvaccinated people at Disneyland, and they started passing it around. Let's see. Republicans and Democrats sparred with the CEO of TikTok at a congressional hearing on Thursday over data security and content manipulation concerns, as the CEO denied allegations of spying on Americans for the Chinese Communist Party. Xiao Zhiqiu, the company's CEO, appeared before the House Committee on Energy and Commerce to address concerns over the company's ownership and its efforts to protect sensitive user data. Mr. Chu testified that the company is majority owned by global investors and that Beijing has not directed any surveillance of Americans. The United States is TikTok's most profitable market, with more than 150 million users. TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance, which is a Chinese company that has made billions of dollars after launching the popular video sharing app worldwide. The House committee members were notably bipartisan in condemning TikTok as a threat to national and personal security. And so everybody, Democrats and Republicans alike on the committee, had a chance to grandstand about this.
So they can use that in their political ads.
To the American people watching today, hear this. TikTok is a weapon by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on you. They are saying things like this with absolutely no proof that that is true. Now, I'm not saying that I'm in great favor of TikTok.
No,
but they don't know. There's there's no evidence of that at all.
There's some intelligence reports that the possibility is there.
But that's not what that congressperson said. They're doing it. You know, the Chinese are spying on us.
But I would also ask, and again, I'm not pro-TikTok. I'm not there. But I would also ask these politicians, why didn't you ask the same questions of Elon Musk or the people from Facebook? Because they're financed by foreign governments that we don't get along with either. You know?
Let me start here's the ranking member, Representative Frank Pallone of New Jersey, a Democrat. Let me start out by saying, Mr. Chu, that I don't find what you have suggested to be acceptable. I believe that the Beijing Communist government will still control and have the ability to influence what you do. The Department of Justice and the FBI are investigating allegations that the company employees spied on American journalist. Forbes reported last year that ByteDance found that employees had maybe accessed the IP address of reporters and tracked the physical location of the journalists and their contacts in the app. ByteDance said it fired the employee that did that, and they acknowledged it. They said that employee did that on their own, and that employee was fired, and they cooperated with the investigation. They are making so much money. I don't think they want to jeopardize that by spying on Americans. You know what I mean? They're making so much money, they don't want to jeopardize that.
That's what they get. They get your information.
Well, they
data mine.
Well, they don't.
So
they
you
don't
could
make,
call it spying in a way.
They don't make any bones about that. So does Twitter. So does Facebook. So they all do it.
But
so does Google.
Oh, would you? Never mind.
They all do it. Florida principal has been fired.
Oh, I thought you were going to make this a boner camp.
Well, I don't know. The principal of Florida's Tallahassee Classical School. Trust me, the boner candidates I have today are better than
Oh,
this.
okay.
The principal of Florida's Tallahassee Classical School is out of a job after...
Stop there. The classical school, that makes you think, oh, they appreciate the classics.
I don't know
they
what that means.
understand the classics.
Anyway, so the classical school is out of a job after parents complained that their 6th grade children were shown Michelangelo's 16th century David, I think they say, sculpture, with one parent calling it pornographic. Well, it's not. No. The now former principal, Hope Carrasquilla, told Huffington Post the situation was also a little more complicated than that, noting that the usual protocol is to send parents a letter before students are shown such classical artwork. Due to a series of miscommunications, the letter did not go out to the 6th grade parents, and some complained, she said. One parent was point-blank upset and felt her child was not or should not be viewing those pieces. Now, the David, Michelangelo, it's a world-renowned piece piece of art.
I've seen it in person.
It's probably the most famous statue.
I've seen it in Florence.
And he's naked.
Yeah.
And you can see his genitals. It's a marble sculpture. It's not pornographic. But
you remember back in the old days when the church was outraged about it, they made him cover it up. They made him cover it with
the Catholic Church.
Catholic Church cover it with a fig leaf.
That's right. Yeah.
Remember the fig leaf?
Yeah.
So I guess Ron DeSantis is going to get a lot of fig leaves.
So this teacher, principal, said she had taught in classical education for a decade and knew that once in a while you get a parent who gets upset about Renaissance art. That's why they send out letters. And I suppose if the letter had been sent out and it was a mix-up that it wasn't, then this wouldn't have happened. But let's see. Book censoring attempts in America have doubled in 2020. The American Library Association said that they're...
In 2023? This year? Or?
Let me see what look at the head. It doubled in 2022, it
2022.
says. Okay. There was a record number of demands to... Yeah, so they've got figures to the end of last year. The ALA said that there were 1,269 challenges to books or library resources, which is higher than any other year that they've been recording data for. They've been recording data for 20 years now. And, of course, here in Utah, a parent says that they would like to have the Bible taken out of school library. They say that the Bible
making a point.
They said that the Bible is pornographic.
It is.
It's one of the most sex-ridden books around, says the parent.
And violent.
They've submitted a request for their school district in Davis County to review the Bible for any inappropriate content, incest, onanism, that's masturbation, bestiality, prostitution, genital mutilation, fellatio, dildos, rape, and even infanticide, the parent wrote in their request. It's all there.
All there.
Listing topics that they found concerning in the religious text. You'll no doubt find that the Bible, under Utah Code number such and such, has no serious values for minors because it is pornographic by our new definition. The code cited is the new Utah law passed in 2022 to ban any books containing pornographic or indecent content from Utah schools. So
there you go.
Ban it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Okay, so in the basketball in the college yesterday, Gonzaga beat UCLA. Jimmy Kimmel's very upset about this, apparently. We'll probably hear about that later. Let's see, Florida Atlantic over Tennessee. Kansas State over Michigan State. Miami, Florida over Indiana. Let's see, that was last week. UConn over Arkansas, 88-65. And go Utes. Utah women's basketball play today at 3 o'clock. They're in the Sweet 16. They play the number 3 ranked LSU Tigers. And let's see, the Jazz are home today against the Milwaukee Bucks. That game is at 7 o'clock. RSL, tomorrow against St. Louis at 7:30. Weather, atmospheric river, winter weather advisory. It's back
All
again
weekend.
today, all weekend.
I'm gonna have to buy a boat.
Rain, snow mix, depending on where you are. It's as warm now as it's going to be all day. It's 38 right now, and they're not going to get any warmer. We actually dip back down into the 20s, it looks like, for overnight lows over the next several days. But we're going to get a lot of precipitation today, and it's already affecting your commute. Crash northbound I-15. This is at Park Lane in Davis County. 2 left lanes are closed. Crash southbound I-15. This is up to Far West. Right shoulder affected there. Southbound I-15, University Parkway in Orem. The left shoulder affected there. And Little Cottonwood Canyon closed for avalanche mitigation. They're expecting to reopen at 8:30, but they say they might have to push that back depending on weather conditions. Snow falling in Provo Canyon, out on Mountain View Corridor, American Fork. So just be aware to give yourself some space. That spray can kick up and make it difficult to see for the cars behind you. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Sean Means reviewing movies after these. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
The X96 1K a day is...
So you guys have bidets, right?
Mm-hmm. I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have, I mean, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
Yeah.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
You know, do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
you just assume everything's been taken care of.
Pretty damn sure.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
I
braver.
never
You're
got
braver
there.
than me.
Yeah,
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper, but
Yeah. I was in the honeymoon phase.
There's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase. And...
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't
side,
need to check.
so to speak. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it.
I'm happy for the two of you. That's.
I know how to position I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay, in any good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah, no, Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
are you sure it wasn't
uneasy?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though. It's
a wonderful relationship.
Not many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
If you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You gotta learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
All right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands.
There's evidence. Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, or Pokemon, Haster has it. Haster also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Haster Games, located at 6831 South State. Open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at hastergames.com.
Thank you.
Well, here he is, your humble scribe, Sean Patrick Means, the culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune. Also, Sean is a movie reviewer, and a very good one, I might add.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. You can see, you can't see Sean's invisible editing in the Salt Lake Tribune. I didn't know this, but you told me you really are not supposed to see the editing work, right?
That's the hope.
That's the hope. But you can find Sean's movie reviews and other works at moviecricket.net. And so let's get at the movies.
Okay. We got one art house movie and 3 mainstream films to talk about today.
Okay.
We'll start with Return to Seoul. This is a really powerful drama set in South Korea, as you might imagine. Mm-hmm. Centers on Freddie, who's a young woman who was born in Korea, was adopted as a baby by a French couple, and raised in France. Mm. She's 25 now. She takes a vacation in Seoul, and while she's there, she goes to the adoption agency to see if she can find her biological parents. Mm-hmm. She finds her biological father and meets him, but the reunion is creepy and weird. And Dad talks about how everything is great now, and she can come home and live with them, which is definitely not what she was looking for. There's a lot more that happens because while on the outside this is about her finding her parents, it's really about her finding her own identity, and that gets complicated. It's a really beautiful movie. The young actress named Park Ji-min, this is her first movie ever. First
really?
Anything, yeah. Wow. And she's amazing.
And they gave her the lead.
And they gave her the lead. She's really good. Really gets the whole spectrum of emotions that this woman is going through. It's playing at the Broadway. Return to Seoul. 3.5 stars.
3.5 stars.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
starting with the mainstream, The Tutor.
The Tutor.
This is one of the dumbest movies I've seen in a while.
I say I'm not familiar. I've not seen any promos or advertising.
Yeah,
or anything.
It's billed as a sort of cat and mouse psychological thriller. You have Garrett Hedlund as a rent-a-tutor who helps rich New York kids pass their SATs.
Why do I know Garrett Hedlund?
Well, he's your wife's enemy.
Yeah.
No.
That's Garrett Dillahunt.
Garrett Dillahunt. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody knows my wife's enemy.
Different Garrett.
So, but he's in
she
Deadwood?
She could branch out. You know,
Hedlund is in Deadwood.
Deadwood.
As well?
I know I've seen him. I can't remember what.
Okay.
He needs money because he and his girlfriend are having a baby. The girlfriend is played by Victoria Justice.
All right.
So
right away.
Oh, he was in Tron Legacy.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
That's right.
there we
He was the new Flynn.
All right, there we go.
That's right.
So, okay, so when the tutor gets an offer that's triple his usual rate, he says yes to it because he needs the money. And turns out the teen is played by Noah Schlapp from Stranger Things. Poor Will Byers. Is really, really creepy, like stalker creepy, like surveillance photos of the tutor and his girlfriend on his computer creepy.
I think he's creepy in Stranger Things, but that's...
Well, yeah. But that's only the beginning of it, and then the middle and the end of it, without spoiling anything, are just really stupid.
Okay.
There's sort of a twist in this movie, like the filmmakers think they're M. Night Shyamalan or something. Here's the thing with twists like that: they only work if you can look back or watch it a second time and see the clues that were setting you up for the twist. And this movie doesn't do that. And there's none of that here. It's like the movie's trying to gaslight you, and the filmmakers and these actors are really not good enough to pull that kind of thing
When the
off.
twist happens, you go, what?
You go, oh, come on. You know. It's playing at several the tutor playing at several theaters around town. 1
You
star.
gave it one. You don't give 1 star very often.
No, I don't.
So what's the 1 star for? I'm curious.
Just I mean, they kept the camera in focus, I guess.
All right, there you go. So a good person.
A good person. This is written and directed by Zach Braff. And if you ever saw Garden State, you'd be able to tell immediately that this was a Zach Braff joint.
Yeah.
It's got that same odd mix of sincerity and phoniness. That it's just,
Yep.
I think I like Garden State. I mean, it's been maligned heavily in over the years because it created so many of the cliches of independent romantic comedy drama, including and especially the Manic Pixie Dream Girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. Okay, we have Florence Pugh, which is
His old girlfriend.
his old girlfriend. So this is an artifact of their time together.
Yeah.
Just like any movie with Ben Affleck and Ana de Armas.
Yeah. But we can forgive it because she's good.
Yeah, she's really good.
Very good. So.
Her character, she plays Allison. She's when we meet her, she's having a good life. She's about to get married to a really nice guy. Then she's driving a car and there's a crash. She survives, but her future sister-in-law and the sister-in-law's husband get killed, and she feels guilty and all this. We flash forward to a year later, and Allison is addicted to painkillers as a result of what she was given when she survived the crash. And the engagement got canceled, so her life is completely messed up. She's living at home with her mom played by Molly Shannon.
So let's see now. There's 2 reasons to go.
Yeah. Well, and then so she finally gets the courage to go to an addicts meeting, to an AA meeting, and when she gets there, and the first person she sees is her former future father-in-law.
Oh. Who's also having a hard time.
Who's been sober 10 years, played by Morgan Freeman. And it's super awkward. Excuse me. But she stays for the meeting and more meetings, and the two start to become friends in recovery. The problem I have with this movie is that it sometimes avoids the cliches of an addiction drama, and it's really sincere, and then sometimes it's really fake and steps right into those cliches.
Okay. So it's Zach Braff.
So it's Zach Braff. Florence Pugh is really good. Morgan Freeman, of course, can do no wrong. 2.5 stars
2.5
for a good person, and it's in theaters everywhere.
Zach Braff cancels everything good about that movie. The end of Garden State, Ian Holm is immobile, and he's acting better than Zach Braff in that movie.
Let's get to John Wick.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ed Brass's favorite. I bet he's canceled all of his court cases today to go see this.
I want to talk to Ed after he sees it because I want to know his thoughts about about especially the ending. John Wick Chapter 4. It doesn't have a fancy name or anything like the last one did, but so Keanu Reeves is back and he's in the black suit. He has lots of guns and he's killing lots of people. So it's a John
But he
Wick.
has a good reason.
Well, of course he does.
Always.
Yeah, and everybody. I mean, the people he's killing are the ones who are trying to kill him. So it's it's all fine.
Yeah.
It's only fair. So Wick is being targeted by the High Table. These are the rulers of the assassin world. Mostly in the form of a new bad guy called the Marquis, played by Bill Skarsgård.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was really cool, and he's mean. He doesn't want to just kill John Wick. He wants to kill the idea of John Wick and destroying everything around him. And he starts with the Continental in New York.
That's the
hotel.
Oh my!
Yeah. He destroys that and so Ian McShane, Winston, is left with nothing to do except sort of comment sarcastically about everything happening.
Okay.
Grumbling a lot. He's short. I did not realize how short he is.
He's a little fella.
Yeah. So John Wick goes looking for friends, and first he goes to the Continental in Osaka, Because
there's one in most major cities.
There's one in most major cities. It's a chain.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, you might find yourself somewhere needing the
wherever you
services.
when you have business in a city,
Yeah.
you need to go to the hotel for the assassin.
You find an assassin.
So the Marquis has two major assassins on his trail. He's got all the little minions that he gets to kill all the time. But there's one is a loner who's known as Tracker, played by a guy named Shamir Anderson, and then the other is Kane, who is a blind swordsman played by Donnie Yen.
Oh,
our old friend from the Matrix films.
Yes,
and Rogue One.
I was going to say he's playing a blind swordsman again.
Yeah, he's good at that.
I guess that's what he does.
So, but Wick has a plan. He's going to challenge the High Table by single combat, which would mean challenging the Marquis to a duel.
Ooh.
But getting to the duel is you got to show up, and that's not easy. The story goes Osaka, Berlin, Paris. It goes everywhere. It's all kinds of fun, and it all just an excuse for some really good action set pieces. There's one cool fight in like what looks like the rain in a Berlin nightclub. There's another around the Arc de Triomphe where the cars are whizzing by and sometimes running over people. And then there's one thing on a Paris staircase that I cannot describe that is just amazing.
I know that the directors are saying that these action sequences outdo everything that they've done before, is what they're saying. They're very proud of these action sequences.
Which is saying something.
So much so they're not sure what to do with the next movie if they do one.
We don't think we can top ourselves.
Exactly.
Right. It's nearly 3 hours. Wow. It's like 2 hours 49.
Does that fly by, though?
It doesn't feel like it. It's always on the move. It's always energetic. The fight scenes, they play like dance numbers. It's just
cool.
So cool. And it's a lot of fun. And Keanu obviously is really, getting into it. So it's great. 3.5 stars.
Well, Ed Brass says 7 stars. Best picture of 2023.
Well, yeah. which is why Ed doesn't vote in the Oscars.
That's right. Okay.
So, and it is playing
everywhere.
Now, did you review Dungeons and Dragons?
Not yet, because it hasn't come out yet.
I thought
it opens next week.
Oh, I thought it was this week.
It's next week.
Okay.
Next week.
All right.
Although it has been seen.
Yeah, that's why I thought it.
And they're doing some kind of a sneak preview this weekend too.
Oh, okay.
They're very proud of this.
They're marketing the crud out of this, and rightly so.
Yeah.
And rightly so, he said.
Yes.
What do you got next week?
I got Dungeons and Dragons, and I got 1001, which is a mother-son drama that won the Grand Jury Prize at Sundance just a few months ago.
Okay. Sean Means, you can find him around the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com, and moviecricket.net. Thanks.
Thank you. Traffic.
Parley's Canyon getting pretty snow-packed, actually. The lanes of travel are barely visible there, it looks like. Car taking the exit ramp southbound I-15 to 8 north in Orem slid off to the left, so there are icy conditions out there.
Yeah.
Snowplows and I-15 northbound in Utah County clearing off roads. Very slow, icy roads through Orem. Little Cottonwood Canyon closed for avalanche control. It's estimated to reopen at 8:30, but that's only if weather conditions permit. They could push that back a little bit. And just a reminder that weather is once again part of your commute this morning, so leave a little early, leave a little extra space between you and the car in front of you. Toyota has 20 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. Visit your Utah Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, here are the boner candidates you'll be voting for in just a couple of minutes. Boner candidate number 1, I am tired of this inclusivity thing. Boner candidate number 2, free tampons. Oh, that is so woke. And boner candidate number 3, ritualistic abuse? Sure, bail him out.
All right, it's Boner of the Day, Big Boy News, all coming up. Stand by.
Valentine's Day. Winnie the Pooh had a Valentine's Day sentiment.
What did Winnie the Pooh say?
If you live to be 100, I want to live to be 100 minus 1 day, so I never have to live without you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
There's a survey here.
A survey?
It's not a list.
Well, okay. I don't have a jingle for a survey.
Well, America loves a good survey.
That's and I don't know if I believe this. It says this Valentine's Day, 69% of people who celebrate Valentine's Day.
Nice.
Baby doll, I got you a little something for St. Valentine's Day.
Plan to make breakfast in bed for a loved one.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever had breakfast in bed.
Ever?
I don't think so.
Really?
Maybe, no.
You've never had breakfast?
No, because I've never had the desire to have breakfast in bed. I want to have breakfast in the nook. The breakfast nook.
Right in the nook?
Mm-hmm.
Which I was kind of surprised that many people planning on breakfast in
that seems like a lot.
bed. The survey also says that 34% of Americans just say no to eating in bed.
That's what I say.
At all.
At all.
That's what
ever.
I say. Never eat in
Valentine's or
bed.
not.
No.
Because I remember as a kid eating something in bed, crackers I think it was, and then having to sleep in crumbs. That was no good. Yeah.
And some people say, well, it depends on the food.
Yes.
You know, like
soup.
Yeah, you don't want to eat soup in bed.
Or pasta, or
maybe a piece of fruit, an apple perhaps.
Like dipped strawberries. How
Well, what about
that?
mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes? There's no crumbs with mashed potatoes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Soup.
I mean, I have been brought breakfast in bed, like when my kids were little on Mother's Day, they'd make breakfast and bring it to me in bed, which was sweet. But other than that, there's no eating in bed.
My kids did that once, but they forgot the plates. They just brought the
Handed
food.
you a
Just brought the
waffle?
food.
Here you go.
Let's see. People are most likely to eat in bed 66% while they're watching TV.
Sure.
54% on the weekend.
That's another thing I don't do in bed. Watch TV.
No, we don't have a TV in the room. There are no electronics in my bedroom. None.
Well, yes, there is.
Why? Yes,
in your
there is.
bedside drawer, there is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not.
They're also asked, do you eat on top of... Actually, I should direct these at Kerry because he's a bedroom eater. Do you eat...
You've eaten a bedroom?
do you eat on top of the sheets or in bed? Like, pull the covers up, eat in bed?
Either.
Either.
See, here's the difference. We're not 5. Okay?
You can eat in bed without crumbs?
We're able to do that.
But
I don't know how.
Carrie, you infamously have taught us about bed toast.
Yes.
Which toast is one of the crummiest things you can eat. The producer of crumbs.
You get the plate under your chin. And then the toast up like this. See?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Easy to do.
But why not just get up and eat toast?
Because I'm in bed.
Because isn't your bed comfortable?
All right.
I'm not going to get up.
But don't have to.
Is there a specific recipe for bed toast, or is it
It's
just...
a process.
Oh.
It's a process.
Will you share the process?
I don't know.
Oh. It's a secret?
It's
bed
a family
toast is a
secret. Family secret.
If I tell you, everyone's going to know, and
oh, it's a.
and it won't be special. I won't be able to open my food truck that I was planning, which is just toast.
Bed toast food truck.
It was just going to be a food truck that's just toast. Yeah.
Different varieties of toast.
Maybe some changes,
cinnamon sugar toast, bed toast.
Sure.
Do
Melba toast.
Like the thick Texas toast?
You can do that.
Texas toast.
If you'd like.
I like a thick Texas toast.
Yeah.
But not in bed.
No.
We won't even, when we're on vacation, do like room service.
Really?
Like even if it's not in bed, but like just
What?
in...
Room service is one of my favorite things.
Why wouldn't you do room service?
Because it's food in the room.
There's no
You
food.
have food in the room every day.
Not in the room we sleep in.
That's what you're worried about?
It's
in a hotel?
They usually have little table where, it's a set aside.
Then
from
your
the...
room smells like food.
Oh, good Lord. Food, you know what? Food smells good.
Food smell. You like to go to sleep with food smell?
I like food smells. You people have so many weird rules and quirks. And you won't bend for anything. There's just no
There's no eating in where you sleep.
How do you ever pivot?
Listen, if I was thinking about grossness in my hotel room, I wouldn't be staying in
Well,
hotels.
that's
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
You got to get past that.
That's true.
You
Yeah.
know, so
Room-
eating in the room is no big deal.
Room service is great, right, Carrie?
I love room service.
Me too.
One of the best things. Nice coffee with some cream and
Yeah.
sugar.
Maybe some rolls, croissants.
Yeah, nice croissant.
Yeah, you don't want to stink up the room with a
No.
croissant. That
Yeah.
croissant smell in a room is,
Mhm,
oh boy,
mhm.
you never get rid of that. I don't get it.
Orange
No.
marmalade on toast.
No.
Love
You can have
marmalade.
it down at the restaurant. at the
But
hotel.
then I have to get dressed.
That's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I hate going. No, so you go to those motels. We'll stay in, upper, better motels, and they have a free continental
Sure.
breakfast and so forth. And you go into down there, and you go into the little room, and you serve yourself. And there are inevitably people coming in there in their pajamas.
Yeah, I don't care
I
for
just
that.
hate that.
Stay in your room. Get room service.
Get dressed
Yeah.
if you're going to be out in the world.
Put on some
Put
pants.
clothes on.
Wear your shoes instead of those fuzzy dog slippers.
This feels an awful lot like love.
Yes.
But Valentine's Day, it's for us. It's a kid holiday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not a.
I
it's
can't
not a
even find
romantic
those
holiday.
boxes of Valentines that you used to give when
Oh
you were
yeah,
kids.
they
you know.
still have
they
them.
still
have them?
Yeah.
I didn't
I
see them.
choose you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, surely the Justice League can convey my emotions.
Yeah, the
And
Batman.
You're very specific about who. I mean, they're all kind of the same, but you have your favorites, and
Yes.
you want to make sure you give your favorites to your favorite.
Then you have
animal.
now when I was in elementary school, we'd put up every kid had an envelope,
Mm-hmm.
a big envelope on the wall, and then you'd go put your Valentines in.
Carrie, how would I know in school if you liked me? What Valentine would I get?
You'd get Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
There you go. 7:22. It's time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be presented to you examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, March 24, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Number 1, I am so tired of this inclusivity thing. These people are so dumb.
I just don't get it.
Christina Applegate is shutting down conservative commentator, brainless Candace Owens, following her criticism of an underwear ad featuring a model in a wheelchair. A clip from a recent episode of Owens' Daily Wire show sparked outrage across social media this week when she blasted a 2022 campaign for Kim Kardashian's Skims clothing line that included a model in a wheelchair promoting products for people with disabilities. Kim Kardashian, realizing that it's very difficult for people with disabilities to get into the underwear that she's has designed some stuff that makes it easier for them.
Which
Quote,
is amazing.
Quote, I don't really understand how far we're going to take this inclusivity thing. I mean, I really don't get it. I don't know. And I'm wrong again. If I'm wrong, just educate me today because I want to be educated in the comments, Owen said in response to the ad. Why did they do this? I don't know. I don't know why this is needed to be done. I'm getting tired of this all-inclusivity thing. It seems ridiculous. First of all, she doesn't realize what's happened. That this is an intentional, specific thing designed to help people with disabilities.
Even if it's not.
I know, that's the point. even if it was just, well, let's show somebody different wearing underpants.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody who has a disability. Let's do that.
Because they're people.
Well, Christina Applegate went after her.
Good.
Really good. And
Because she's disabled. And Christina Applegate said, look, I need these things, and I need people to help me get dressed because I have a hard time getting dressed.
Christina Applegate says, I thank Skims.
Yeah.
They help me. Mm-hmm. Boner candidate number 1, I am tired of this inclusivity thing. There's boner candidate number 2, free tampons. Oh, that's so woke. An Idaho bill aimed at providing students with free feminine hygiene products in schools failed on Monday after Republicans slammed the proposal as woke and liberal. And wait till you hear some of the things they say.
I don't know if I want to hear.
That are so unbelievably ignorant of the situation.
Don't worry, Jimmy the wine guy will be here at 8, and I'm sure he's brought something.
Thank you.
The one-page House Bill 313 introduced would have required that public and public charter schools provide students with free tampons, sanitary napkins, and other menstrual products. Dissenting Republicans decried the bill as woke and overly generous. This bill is a very liberal policy, and it's really turning Idaho into a bigger nanny state than ever.
Is it?
Said Representative Heather Scott. This is coming from a woman. It's embarrassing, not only because of the topic. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about it.
I don't even like to think that I ever have a period.
But because of the actual policy itself. So you don't have to be a woman to understand the absurdity of this policy, and you don't have to feel that you're insensitive to not address this.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I know. So here's somebody who was in favor. Says the cost of the products was calculated at $350 per student, and it would cost the state about $735,000 to do it.
Not much.
Quote, it's not a lot of money in the state's budget, Republican State Representative Rod Furness said. Today is a step to preserve womanhood, to give it a chance to start right, not be embarrassed. Now, this is a Republican state, a man in Idaho saying these things, so that's good. To start right, to not be embarrassed or feel alienated, or to feel like they should stay home from school due to period poverty.
Thank you.
Still, the House vote was split down the middle, 35 in favor, 35 against. 10 of the nay votes came from conservative women. What's going to be next? We can't help sweat. We can't help but sweat. So are the schools going to start providing deodorant for kids? What is wrong with these people? And that was from a woman.
These are the people that are running for office.
And that's the problem.
Crazy shows up. Crazy shows up, and the
votes.
and the rest of us, we have lives and families and work, and we're busy. Crazy goes out of their way to run for office and be in the position of making these decisions.
And yet, I would say, they get voted for by people who agree with them, and they.
That's what she means.
Well,
by crazy
shows up.
I know, but if I ran for office, those same people would vote. And I wouldn't ever get elected. They wouldn't ever vote for me.
Crazy. When I say crazy shows up, I mean.
You mean to the polls?
Yeah.
I mean both. I mean all of it. They run for office and they show up at the polls, and they are the ones that are making the crazy make the decisions.
I guess they're serving their constituents.
The few people that showed up, they're serving them.
I could never get elected to office because no kids, atheist. I collect toys. I mean, any number of reasons why even my own people wouldn't vote for me.
I couldn't get elected because I've been on the radio saying these things for 25, 30 years.
And someone points out, I got a stick of deodorant when I was in the 5th grade. So did I.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
We got deodorant in health class. They gave it to us.
And
they should have, stinky little kids.
Yes.
All right, coming up, boner candidate number 3 is ritualistic abuse. Oh, sure, bail him out.
All right.
Told you they were good.
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Fort Desolation Fest, June 8th through the 10th in beautiful Torrey, Utah. Experience 3 nights of live music featuring Ben Harper, Shaky Graves, and more, plus 3 days to find adventures in Capitol Reef National Park. Get tickets at fortdesolation.com.
Very sad news in radio world. San Francisco radio host Jeffrey Vandergrift has been found dead a month after he went missing. He was 55. The San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that the WILD 94.9 on-air personality's death was confirmed. They say there doesn't seem to be foul play involved, but they don't say, they don't know exactly what happened.
The wife said we were worried this is how this was going.
Was he having problems?
Yeah, they found him in the bay.
Yeah.
Cheech and Chong. It looks like they may be reuniting for a new movie.
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah. Cheech Marin and Tommy Chong first came into the scene in the 1970s with their stand-up comedy routines and albums about weed, man. And they were very successful. And it looks like and it's high time. I don't know why they haven't
It's
done
high
it.
time, Bill?
Well, yeah. I guess maybe they haven't done it because Tommy Chong has been in jail sometimes. But let's see. Governor Spencer Cox has signed a series of bills imposing new restrictions on youth access to social media. At a ceremony on Thursday, the governor signed the bills that require age verification, block social media platforms from targeting youth in advertising, algorithms, and searches, and allows companies to be sued for any violations. Governor Cox called social media apps very destructive in their harms to youth and their mental health.
Nothing has stopped people from suing social media companies before.
Yeah.
You could sue.
You could.
You can sue anybody you want.
These are first-of-a-kind bills in the United States, the governor said. That's huge that Utah is leading out in this effort, which will ultimately fail.
Yes.
The bills passed the legislature earlier this year with bipartisan support. It's a historic day, said Representative Jordan Tusher, South Jordan, who sponsored one of the bills, adding that they are tools to help parents. And as Gina has pointed out time and time again, there are already tools built into phones that you could help parents.
Yes.
You can block things on your kids' phones.
On phones
You
and
can-
in your phone plan.
Yeah, and in
kids
your-
aren't going out and buying phones. You
Absolutely.
buy them for them, and you can say
I can go on my website right now and block anything on my kids' phone.
You can have it so any app they want to put on their
Yeah.
phone, you have to
Yeah.
okay it before they
Exactly.
do it.
It's possible, but no, this is all a big grandstanding thing.
Yep.
Also, keep in mind that those of us with social media accounts who aren't children, we're going to have to sign in again, and we're going to have to prove our age.
I don't want to prove my. I don't know
Exactly.
How do I do that? You want me to?
It'll happen. You'll have to do it.
Residents like Barry Peterson want to get away from the idea of putting a gondola in Little Cottonwood Canyon. On those powder days, we closed the canyon from 6 to 8 and only let buses up and down, he said. If that were the case, if it were a bus that was going up to get you up ahead of all the people down there in the cars, people would ride that bus, he said.
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of people in that area who don't want the gondola, and they're protesting against it. Now, I would just say to those people, you know, you might want the gondola because it'll give you really a good view of the gravel pit that's going to be allowed. You can see it from the air, and it'll be really a great sight, won't it? President Trump on Thursday called for President Trump.
Yeah, don't do that.
Called for. Well, you call presidents president, but on Thursday called for the removal of every law enforcement official currently leading an investigation into him.
He wants to defund the police.
That's
Okay,
a busy morning on social media for Trump was capped with a post suggesting the leads of 4 different investigations into his conduct should just be removed from their offices. Trump's comments follow significant advances in each investigation. District Attorney Bragg is a danger to our country and should be removed immediately. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is terrible. Special Counsel Smith should be removed. New York Attorney General Letitia James. On and on and on. What? He's insane.
The kidney has a very special place in the heart.
Here, you'll like this. Residents of an apartment building in Russia, a place called Yekaterinburg, have just learned that they're living next door to a serial killer.
What?
Who was locked up in a mental hospital after he was convicted of electrocuting his victims to death. Yegor Karabov gained notoriety in 2009 when he was first detained on suspicion of up to 6 murders. Ultimately, he was found guilty in only 2 killings, with investigators citing a lack of evidence in the other killings, but he avoided prison time by being declared insane, and he was sent for treatment to a psychiatric facility. Now, however, Karabarov has been released, and no one was reportedly aware of it until a retired police officer working as a mall security guard realized that the killer, who'd been dubbed the electrician, was now his co-worker. We were sitting there, and I was looking at him from all sides. These are in Russia. This is in Russia. And I knew that this was him. But I thought he must have been imprisoned. And I say to him, "Are you the electrician?" and this shocked him greatly.
Get it?
He was visibly frightened. He says, no, I have different profession. But I said, your nickname is the electrician, isn't it? I told him I recognized him, and he confirmed it. And he talked about, how he had done the crimes. Now, he lives in an apartment building, a big apartment building, and he has sent out notices to everybody in the building that he is the killer. He is the electrician. But I'm okay now.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
I'm not crazy
Don't worry.
I love it.
I was a serial killer, but I'm over it.
Everybody's terribly afraid.
We all make mistakes.
His appearance is memorable. He looks frightening, one neighbor said.
This is a show. This is a show.
I know.
I will make this show,
sure.
and I would watch this
and it
show.
should be a comedy.
It should be
Yes.
A comedy with a,
Yeah.
So I live.
And anytime anything goes wrong in the building, they blame him, and he's
I
like,
lived
"It's
next
not
to a serial killer. Oh, that was a long time ago. I didn't.
Oh no, I'm over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
You want to come over? All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, yeah, here it is
Yeah.
again.
Is it snowing?
Yeah,
It's snowing
just
downtown.
started, and it's looks like it's trying to stick.
We
Great.
have a winter weather advisory in effect till tomorrow again. Until noon tomorrow. We can look forward to 1 to 5 inches in the valleys, benches. Cache Valley could see up to 8 inches. Mountain valleys, including the Wasatch Back, 4 to 12 inches. We could also have strong wind gusts near 50 miles an hour in the mountains. This could mean drifting and blowing snow, and that means a greater chance of avalanche danger. And this goes all weekend long. It's 37 degrees right now. That's as warm as it's going to get today. And we get colder as the weekend goes on. Looks like tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday night, we're down in the 20s. Actually, Sunday night, they're saying 19 for an overnight low. So it is definitely still winter. And you've got winter driving conditions out there. We're seeing lots of problems already out on the roads. It's a good reminder to leave a little early and leave some space between you and the car in front of you. Crash southbound I-15 University Parkway exit in Orem. Snow's blanketing the 201 freeway out near the I-80 split in Tooele County. Parley's Canyon is got snow. You can barely see where the lanes are there. Mountain View Corridor is seeing this. Northbound I-15 through Orem is seeing snow-packed roads. So it's one of those days again. If you see something that you think other friends of the program need to know about, and it's safe for you to text, you can send that in to us at 33986. The downtown winter market is open Saturdays at the Gateway, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
By the way, when the electrician was arrested, they found a homemade electric chair in his garage.
Of course they did.
Here's Boner Candidate.
Homemade electric chair?
Yeah.
Bringing his work home.
Yeah. Yeah. He apparently killed a 23-year-old student in it. He says, "I'm afraid of the relatives of the people I killed."
Yeah.
All right. Here's Boner Candidate number 3. Ritualistic abuse? Sure. Bail him out. A Provo man who faced multiple charges of child sex abuse a decade ago that were later dismissed was arrested again Wednesday in relation to an investigation involving ritualistic child sex abuse. That's according to the Utah County Sheriff's Office, which booked David Lee Hamlin into the Utah County Jail for investigation of 3 counts of, and then they described the crimes, and I won't do that. A victim came forward in April and told investigators that Hamlin had started sexually assaulting her in the mid-'80s when she was 6 or 7, and her family lived in the same Provo neighborhood as Hamlin. She said she would go to his house where she and other kids were and babysat by him. They were babysat by him, according to a police booking affidavit. The woman told police that Hamlin made her and 2 other kids perform sex acts. She described the shame that she felt and so on. The sheriff's office rearrested him. They said, okay, this time we have enough evidence, and they've arrested him. The sheriff's office has requested that Hamlin be held without bail in the Utah County Jail pending the filing of formal charges, noting that in their affidavit that there were ongoing investigations regarding other victims with him as the perpetrator. David Hamlin was a licensed therapist whose license was revoked by the state of Utah due to allegations that he was sexually abusing his clients. Through this investigation, it has been reported that David continues to perform therapy under the guise of healing circles, and upon information and belief, the abuse may be ongoing. He is a threat to the children and citizens of Utah County. For some reason, the judge said, I don't see that there is enough evidence here. I'm going to release him on bail.
Oh, boy.
And he's out on bail. Ritualistic abuse? Oh, yeah, sure, bail him out.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Look, I'm tired of this inclusivity thing. A right-wing commentator, Candace Owens, criticizing an underwear ad featuring a model in a wheelchair. She said, "My rage about this is keeping me awake at night." Jeez. Boner candidate number 2. Free tampons? Oh, that is so woke. Idaho Republicans calling free tampons in schools too woke and too liberal, and they block the piece of legislation. And Boner candidate number 3, ritualistic abuse? Well, sure, bail them out.
Okay. Now, don't forget, we got Best Question of the Week coming up.
Oh, we need your best questions. Radio from hell at x96.com.
That means you have like 5 minutes to get them in, so hurry. We also have Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up at 8 o'clock. Beat Gina is on the way as well. You could win concert tickets. But right now, it's time to vote for Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Easy. Let's see. You can also call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, March 24, 2023, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Then you can just click and vote. It's easy to do. You've only got 4 minutes to get your vote in, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your memory's
credit.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh, look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
.47, let's award your boner.
And coincidentally, the boner this morning is brought to you in part by a Minestrone.
Hey!
Hey, Minestrone.
And if you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Hastur has it. Hastur also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Hastur Games, 6831 South State, open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at HasturGames.com.
God, it really is snowing hard.
Yep.
All right. This was good. These were good, strong boner candidates, every one of them. They got substantial votes, but the almost doubling second place was number 3.
Yep.
The ritualistic abuse. Sure, bail him out. That wins boner of the day.
That is your boner of the day for today, March 24, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Dave the Flower Guy will be here at 9:50 today to just tell us who boner of the week is.
Indeed.
Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up with Have Another Drink at 8 o'clock. Beat Gina on the way. But right now, best question of the week brought to you by.
Brought to you by X96 welcomes Jimmy Eat World to the lot at the complex. It's coming up on July 23rd, an outdoor event. You can listen all week long for your chance to win tickets with Todd Newcomb during your drive home and with Nick Davis at night. For contest details and ticket links, go to x96.com. It's best question of the week. Email your questions to radiofromhell@x96.com. It can be about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anything.
Okay.
Like this from Dan. It's directed at Carrie specifically, but I'm sure we can all weigh in on it. My recent loss of appetite for much of anything lately must go. So let's talk cereal. Carrie, help me out. What are your current favorite cereals and historically favorite cereals?
Well, I need to address his lack of appetite.
Loss of no, it's loss of taste.
Loss of taste.
This is appetite.
Oh,
This
it's
is appetite?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But maybe he's looking for inspiration for...
Well, if he has a lack of appetite, he needs something to fill himself up.
Something that will stimulate his that will stimulate his appetite.
Or will stimulate his appetite.
Yeah, maybe that.
Boy, I don't know.
A cereal that would stimulate appetite.
But let's just talk
Cinnamon
cereal.
Toast Crunch.
Let's just I do like a Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I have not tried the new churro edition of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh, you would think I would have.
I think you would have by now, yes.
Yeah.
I don't eat cereal anymore much. Can't remember the last time I had a bowl of cereal.
I fall back into that if my husband's not around cooking, that thing that a lot of people...
Gina, you don't cook cereal.
If my husband's not around cooking, I will have cereal for dinner.
Just a bowl of cereal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you cook it? No.
No,
Okay.
I just mean...
Well, then it's not dinner.
It's a meal. It's a
That's
meal...
the only way it's dinner is if it's cooked.
It's a meal replacement.
Yeah,
Cold
there you
sandwich
go.
I had
There
last
you go.
night was not dinner, apparently.
A meal replacement.
No, and there's all. Well, I would suggest if you're having, trouble, if you need something substantial, you can always go the frosted mini wheat route.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll eat frosted mini wheats just like a handheld snack, just like a handful
Now
of
I
them out
would.
of the box.
I used to like the big shredded wheat.
Yeah, the big shredded wheat.
The big biscuit. And the way I'd eat that with milk, raisins, and honey.
Ugh, that all
Raisins and
sounds
honey?
awful. It just sits there floating and getting soggy.
No, it stays crisp pretty well, actually.
Honey.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Drizzle it all over with honey.
Now I got to try that.
And put some raisins on it.
Now I'm curious.
And I don't float anything.
You don't float?
I have
We all float down here.
I have the cereal box, the bowl, the spoon, and the milk. And it is a constant little bit of cereal, a little bit of milk, a little bit of cereal, a little bit of milk.
That's way too much work.
I'd only do that way. It never
No,
gets soggy.
There's a process. I finished my last box of Fruit Brute the other day. It's a process. You put the cereal in the bowl, then you cover it with milk, and you let it sit for a minute or two.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, it's going to be so rough, it's ripping up the roof of your mouth. This gets it just soggy enough that it's still got some crunch, but not so much that it's going to hurt you. And then
you could
wolf it down.
You could put the milk in. Here's an idea. Put the cereal in, put the milk in as you suggested, let it sit for a second, pour the milk off into a glass, eat the cereal and drink the milk.
Yeah, you could do that.
So my daughter eats the cereal dry with a glass of milk. That's how she does it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good.
Now back to the Cinnamon Toast Crunch thing.
Yes.
And Guy in the chat room has found all of them. There's a whole bunch of different versions of Cinnamon Toast Crunch now. There's Cinnagram Toast Crunch.
Okay.
So it's like a graham cracker, I guess.
That's like golden grams with cinnamon sugar.
Oh, those golden grams.
There's Dulce de Leche Toast Crunch, which sounds great. There's Cinnamon Toast Crunch Cinnamon Rolls.
That sounds good.
Which I think is just a shape thing, not
Yeah.
necessarily a recipe thing. Sugar Cookie Toast Crunch. And Apple Pie Toast Crunch.
I thought they also had French toast.
And French Toast
Yeah.
Crunch, which is the one that I want to try, but they're never in the store when I go there. Because you'll notice, when you go to the store now, less and less breakfast cereals.
Yeah.
People just aren't buying them as much.
Which I don't get.
I don't either.
They've just...
My kids love them.
There
are a million different kinds of Cheerios. I like the oat cluster Cheerios. Those are good.
The reason that has happened is that there are many, many more alternatives for breakfast now.
I guess.
You know,
mini wheats in a bowl with strawberry yogurt over it, says Greg.
That'd be good.
Let's see. People are weighing in. Apple pie cinnamon toast crunch, sadly seasonal.
Mohammed likes. He doesn't like the name brand Fruity Pebbles. He likes the cheap knockoff in the bag, not the box.
Well, you have the way you have to buy those is you have to crouch down and walk like this. So you get them off the bottom shelf.
And they're called Dino Bites. And he like prefers those to the.
Oh, we have a no puffins rule in our house.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
None of those allegedly healthy cereals
they're
or name
bad.
brands.
They're pretty bad.
But yeah, there's also the churro toast crunch, and there's chocolate toast crunch. So there's a ton of different
There
toast
are lots
crunches.
of toast crunches. To,
Oh, here we go. Curtis from Tooele. This is another thing you can do is combine them. Honeycomb mixed with 50-50 Cocoa Pebbles. So you mix honeycomb and
that
Cocoa
sounds
Pebbles
good.
together.
Your mashups. Yeah.
Malto Meal knows how to knock off a cereal. I don't know, Linz. I don't know.
Are we going to address that other question quickly?
I don't know if we have time.
Because I had a
now,
great
do-
answer
oh,
for
okay.
it. A short answer.
Okay.
Quickly, this is from Jennifer. People always ask the question, if you could tell your younger self one thing, what would it be? But she has a little twist on it. She wants to know, what would you love to hear from your future self?
What I would love to hear from my future self is, it's going to happen in your sleep and it won't hurt a bit.
I guess we all kind of want to hear that, right?
Yeah, sure.
That's Best Question of the Week. You could participate. Just email us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
And again, we apologize for the political nature
So
of this
political.
show because you're so woke and so political.
Okay, we've got a snow squall.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's happening now, and it's happening
Yeah.
on the roads. Reduced visibility and speeds on most roads. Heard from our attorney, Ed Brass. He said snowing very hard in Taylorsville. Roads are snow-packed and slick, as they are in Utah County, Davis County. The canyons are bad right now. It's a good morning, dare I say. Maybe you stay home this morning if you can. We're getting to that point, I'm afraid. Too many accidents and weather issues to mention.
Have some
so.
cocoa and toast soldiers.
Yeah, and maybe stay home. But if you have to go out, make sure you leave a little extra space between you and the car in front of you.
All right, thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. Have another drink with Jimmy coming up after these. Feast Box, Gina.
Oh, Feast Box. Yeah. Don't cook tonight. Bill was just making fun of me that I don't cook because I don't. My husband's not around. Feast Box is a great option. They've got barbecue styles from around the world, Texas, Hawaiian, and Korean. And then they have like corresponding sides. Like they have pot stickers that go with Korean, and they have mac and cheese that goes with the Texan. And you can do this. Let's say you're ordering it just for your house. DoorDash and Uber Eats will bring it to your house, and they've got a special going on right now. You get free wings when you spend $15. So that's just getting like meal for your family. If you want to cater, like for a family party, like a lot more people, or maybe an office party, they have another deal going on too. Use the promo code GINA, that's GINA, when you check out at feastboxcatering.com, and you'll receive $150 off your first catering order. That's Gina at feastboxcatering.com.
For details, call 801-656-4736. Voted number 1 for 20.
So you guys have bidets, right?
Mm-hmm. I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
Yeah.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
Do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
you just assume everything's been taken care of.
Pretty damn sure.
Wow, you're
I
braver.
never
You're
got
braver
there.
than me.
Yeah,
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper. But,
Yeah.
but
I was in the honeymoon phase.
There's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase.
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't need to check,
so to speak. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it.
I'm happy for the two of you. That's.
I know how to position I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay, in any good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah, no, Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
are you sure it wasn't
uneasy? Yeah. You know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though.
It's a wonderful relationship.
Not many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
Oh,
if you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You got to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
All right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you'll feel alright.
It's Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy. He is the Empresario Internacional of the Wine Academy of Utah. WineAcademyofUtah.com is where you go to find all kinds of things that Jimmy can teach you about wine and spirits and hospitality. And thank you for being in the studio today.
Yeah. You got it.
And what are we
to
doing?
Be here. We have, all month long we've been celebrating women winemakers and at all the tastings. And last night we had one at the Leonardo.
Oh.
And I wanted to bring you in the wines that we celebrated there.
Lovely.
It's Women's History Month.
Women's History Month. And we have 3 different wines. We have a white and 2 reds. The first is by Meredith McCaw. This is King's Ridge Pinot Gris. It's out of the Willamette Valley. And Pinot Gris is the same grape variety as Pinot Grigio. But Pinot Grigio out of Italy's real crunchy, green apple-y kind of style and real lighter-bodied. Pinot Gris, same grape, just called something different. Small gray grapes on the vine, on the bunch. These produce a more, not as acidic, a little more rounded, bit more orchard fruit, kind of apple-y pear. I love this wine. It goes, if you're a Sauvignon Blanc lover, but if the sun's not out, I think Pinot Gris today speaks to me of Pinot Gris.
Oh, this is delightful.
Yeah, real great with
Carrie,
food.
this is all for you, right?
This is right
Yeah,
here.
there it is. We were pairing it with the weather. I love this. I love a bottle. A couple glasses of this with some fish tacos. It's
Yes. Oh, I want a
right?
fish taco now.
Crush it.
Couple of glasses.
Couple of glasses. That and a straw.
This is my bottle. You get your own.
Get your own. But yeah, great winemaking team.
This is great.
It's good.
I'm gonna get some more of these.
One of my favorite winemakers, I got to be honest, because I know her, is Carol Shelton. She does. We might have featured the Coquille Blanc on the show before, or their Zinfandel. Carol's great. She is a winemaker out of California. One of the original UC Davis track people there with the oenology degree.
Okay.
If anybody's ever heard or remembered of the wine wheel back in the day, you
I
could
have a
rotate
wine
it.
wheel.
Yeah. She was on that research
really?
team as a grad student back in the day.
Hmm.
So she's been at it for a minute. This is her Coquille Rouge. So this is a red blend. They're using all Rhone varietals out of southern France, but grown in the Central Coast in California. So the varietals range greatly from Mourvedre, Carignan, Petit Syrah, Grenache Noir, and of course Alicante Bouschet. So most wines, when you blend, this was something when I was looking at their tech note, I was really surprised that there's a great portion of each of the varietals in this blend. See, typically you'll do one will be the majority, then you'll have another like 70,
Like a
80%.
flavoring, like-
And
yeah.
a little this.
Oh.
It's hard. It takes a deft hand to do where everything's pretty equal. Pretty equal in the blend.
Delicious.
This is very
It's a fun
fruity. I mean, you can taste that it comes from fruit.
Yes, and we had it paired last night with a braised meat, a big rich stew with potatoes and root vegetables, and the meat was just falling off. It was so tender. People were just like, "Oh my God, did you? What did you guys do? How did you figure?" Their minds were blown, and it was look. The chef and I had a conversation on the phone. And it was based on principles with food and wine pairing. And I know we have a lot of people wondering about how to pair food and wine. And what you do is this is a medium-style red. It's got a little bit of acidity, some good tannic structure. Boom. You need salty, you need
I
richness.
was going to say, it's like it's kind of like a Merlot, but a little Merlots are usually not tannic at all, and it's a little tannic.
Yeah, it's got the body style and the fruitiness of a Merlot with just a little bit of tannin.
I like it.
This next one this has been a lot of fun. This is these guys have sponsored us before, and this is Apothic, and our Debbie Jurgensen is the winemaker here, and Apothic is the name of the wine. Now they have all these different styles. Yeah. They've got the Apothic blended red. They've got the Apothic, I think, just Cab Sav, and now this one is their dark.
So what does this pair with?
So this is, I paired this last night with a warm little nugget, a little warm brownie. And it was really just to show people you don't need sweet wine, because usually the principle with food and wine pairing, when you pair wine with dessert, it's got to be, the wine's got to be sweeter than the dessert. This is a dry wine. It's only 13.9% alcohol. On a blind tasting, I would have nosed this and tasted it. I'm like, what is this, like 14.8, 14.5? And it's not. It's amazing. Again, the deft hand of the winemaker, allowing that fruit to really ripen on the vine, but not to the point where it's over. It's a shoot over of its alcohol level and the sugar. So
I think
just really excited about these.
I
wines.
think I would pair it with the Pinot Gris.
Just to circle about.
Yeah.
Pair it with a different wine. Yeah.
Pair it with a different wine.
So talk about this. What is this that you handed us today?
So this is our tasting card that we feature at all of our tastings. You know, when we do our events, it's they're fun, entertaining, but also educational. And on the backside of this card is our aromatic assessment. And what we do is at the Wine Academy of Utah, we've created. You know, smelling wines is the most difficult part about wine tasting, right? Because everyone says like, oh, I totally smell something. But then you're like, oh, you want me to say what it is? You know, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
So we break down aromatics into three broad categories of citrus fruit, orchard fruit, and tropical fruit for the whites. And then the reds, red fruit, blue fruit, black fruit. And then we walk you through it. See, you don't want to just roll up to a wine and say, oh, yes, green apple and the skins of the most exotic fruit. You know, that's a real specific, you want to start out general and broad. Getting some citrus fruit and some orchard fruit on this, and then move your way from there.
Every once in a while, you'll taste a wine, and I forget which one it was that I tasted one time, and I went, this tastes sort of like dirt.
Yeah, so that wine wheel, Bill, has really, really, really specific things on there. There's things on there like saddle.
Yeah,
There's
like
things on there like not just
leather, saddle,
but this
so
tastes
dirt we call like earthiness, but also there's like so the dirt could be the flavoring, but if it's really umami and just like really gritty, that could be barnyardy. Barnyardy, that's a term, and it's barnyard or what you're thinking in a barnyard, and those are a lot of our French. Burgundies are in that style, which is either Pinot Noir or Chardonnay. And it's about the treatment of both the grape and the land.
Now, my sister-in-law claims that all of these things, when people nose the wine and then taste it and say it's got, tobacco notes or leather notes or, this note and that it's all it's all made up just to...
It's a bunch of
part suckers from their money.
No, because you know what my husband and I do sometimes. We'll get out the wine wheel. And we'll taste a wine, and then we will not tell each other where we are on the wheel, and see. And oftentimes we say the same.
You kids are nutty. You guys are nutty.
It's not made up. We both get the same.
That's a damn fancy drinking game, is what that is.
What a wacky thing to do.
That's not taking shots when somebody says something.
No.
Now if you did it naked.
I didn't mention what we were wearing.
Now,
well, further education.
Yeah. No, I wanted to ask you because you've got the corks here in these bottles, and they're kind of half empty because I found this article about this professional wino who said that's your title, who said that you shouldn't use the corks to store the wine because it allows too much air in it.
That's exactly right.
And what she does is she puts them in mason jars. She pours the wine into a mason jar.
I guess she
to
could.
seal it up.
Evacuating all the air, removing the air.
Exactly.
Yeah. So when to store wine, people always ask, when you open up a bottle of wine, how long will it last? This is, I know we know our audience. Sometimes out there, people open a bottle of wine, they don't drink it all. So for those great,
it's never a problem with me.
Not an issue.
I don't ever store wine.
So there are those rubber gaskets where you put the rubber and it's got the plunger thing, and what that's doing is evacuating the air. And if that's the whole point, then if you have a separate vessel that you can pour it in, my mom used to do that with the 375 milliliter, the resealable, the hinged. Closed in little bottles,
like a Grolsch bottle,
exactly.
Clam.
She bought a series of those, and she would have them because when she first moved to Park City, their girls' club, they'd have wine night and things like that, and it was a brilliant way to save the wine. And then over the last holiday, I'm like, Mom, where's all your half bottles that you do? She's like, oh, we just tend to drink it all now. So we don't.
There you go.
That's because they added more people to the club.
They added more people to the club. That's
if you take one of Jimmy's wine classes and you get one of these, you take this card home, and it'll help you with your wine tasting, your aromatics when you're home.
You've got events happening all the time.
Yep, and we're real proud. We just launched our spring semester for our wine certificate classes. We're doing our 2-week level 1 award in wine as well as our 8-week level 2 award in wine. The 8-weeker is really where the rubber hits the road. Taste over 66 wines, receive a textbook glassware study guide, unlimited instructor support via email and so forth. We meet once a week. And it's the real deal. It's sit down, collegiate like. You have a PowerPoint presentation for an hour and a half, and then we taste the wines to that topic of study. So it's very much you leave that program having a good handle when you go to the wine store. Now it's almost like learning a whole new language. Yep. Before you're looking at the wall of wine going, I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah.
Now you're like, okay, boom, I know that. It's a cold climate, so it's going to be this style and so forth. So we're real proud, and everybody listening, go to wineacademyofutah.com and take a look at the WSET wine certifications.
I mean, it demystifies a lot of it.
Demystifies it.
I once had a wine that had a tasting note of rubber hitting the road.
Must have been Nebbiolo.
Yes. WineAcademyOfUtah.com.
Thank you, Jimmy Santangelo.
Thanks, guys. Be safe.
Go and take a look. Traffic.
We have got ourselves a snow squall going on. What's a snow squall? Whiteout conditions, heavy blowing snow. UDOT saying dangerous travel right now. I was sort of kidding about it earlier. Now I'm saying don't go out if you don't need to.
When are you going to Florida, Jimmy?
I'm leaving at noon, actually, for Arizona.
Oh, Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at the UDOT website. We are back to one of our bad days. We've got red all over the UDOT cameras. If you don't have to be out this morning, I would not. If you do have to be out, leave a little early. Folks are saying it's a blizzard in Farmington.
Wow.
Leave space between you and the car in front of you. It's not spring today. Too many accidents to mention. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take. Beat Gina.
Yes.
Beat Gina coming up. We have a prize for you if you can. It's Full Metal Jacket trivia.
Wow.
Because it's R. Lee Ermey's birthday today.
Well, then I think the proper prize for that will be 3 Doors Down tickets.
Well, okay. 3 Doors Down and
Candlebox.
don't forget Candlebox. So, Full Metal Jacket trivia. I think you'll have no trouble beating Gina.
Hey.
You never seen it, Gina?
No, I've never seen
it. You should. You should.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A homework movie.
All right.
All right. 877-602-9696. Line up now to play Beat Gina. It's Full Metal Jacket trivia to win concert tickets. Go. 877-602-9696. We know that you don't like missing even.
Every region of this country has a different take on hot dogs.
Every region?
Yeah. Or it's the cities and regions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try every single one of them. I'm going to make every single one of them.
Hot dogs?
Yeah. So like there's the Chicago dog.
Your classic Chicago dog is a snap dog with onions.
Yeah, normally
mustard.
On a poppy seed bun. Yellow mustard, sweet pickle relish, white onions, tomato slices, pickled peppers, and a dill pickle spear.
Yes.
And a light dusting of celery salt. The Chicago dog. And then there's the New York dog. Oh man, I want to get started on this soon. Usually it's on a soft white hot dog bun and would be topped with sauerkraut and brown mustard. Has to be brown mustard, not yellow mustard. Then there's the New Jersey Italian dog. This is a hot dog that's deep fried. Then topped with sautéed peppers and onions, fried potatoes, and brown mustard. And instead of using a hot dog bun, they use pizza bread.
Oh.
That looks delicious, too.
That sounds good.
Then there's your Fenway Park dog from Boston. It says it's a masterpiece of simplicity. The Fenway Park dog consists of a hot dog length that's boiled, then grilled, and then tucked into a split-top New England-style hot dog bun dressed with a squiggle of mustard and a nice spread of sweet pickle relish. So it's a very simple dog.
Yeah.
I like those split-top buns. You don't see those, you know what kind they are?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a crease there, and so you just cut it right in the middle and slide the dog in there. Then there's your slaw dog. This is found in Maryland in particular.
Mm-hmm.
A slaw dog is a boiled or grilled hot dog served in a warm hot dog bun, topped with mayonnaise-based cabbage, coleslaw, yellow mustard, and chili sauce and onions. The Detroit Coney dog. See, I'm going to do every one of these. I think this is... and then there's the Sonoran dog. This is in the Southwest. It is a hot dog length that's wrapped in bacon.
Okay.
Cooked on the grill. Wrapped in bacon to make it doubly bad for you. Placed on a bolillo bun.
Mm-hmm.
A bolillo bun? A Mexican bread. Mexican bread roll, which is kind of like a baguette. And topped with pinto beans, tomato, onion, avocado, and sometimes mushrooms, mustard, mayonnaise, and cotija cheese.
Apparently the New Mexico dog is a chili dog with green chili on top.
Yeah. I've had that.
Wow.
I'm learning more about hot dogs than I've ever known before.
So if there is one for every region...
Well, many regions.
Many regions. What is the Utah equivalent of that?
That's 3 hot dogs for $1 on conference weekend.
At R.C. Willey.
At R.C. Willey, yeah. That's what R.C. Willey.
I forgot they did that.
Or it was free hot dogs.
It was free hot dogs.
Yeah, free hot dogs at R.C. Willey for conference weekend. Yeah.
Dana says the puka dog in Hawaii has pineapple relish on it.
I bet That's pretty good.
That sounds good.
Like the pineapple relish. I don't like hot dogs, but like pineapple relish sounds
Every
pretty good.
one of these sounds great to me. And the pictures of them makes me even more hungry. Now, one of the greatest hot dogs I ever had was it was a foot long.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you might have had this too, Carrie. At the Eiffel Tower
in
Paris,
Yeah.
there's a little stand.
Mm-hmm.
They sell these hot dogs. And what they do is they take a baguette, and they have this like metal pole,
Mm-hmm.
and they jam the baguette down onto this metal pole to put a hole all the way through it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put a foot-long hot dog in there. And you eat a foot-long hot dog, and they give you some mustard, and you eat this foot-long hot dog, and it's very warm, just, in the baguette.
It was good.
Delicious.
Go to Costco, buy a slice of pizza and a hot dog. Throw away the hot dog bun and wrap the dog with the pizza.
Sounds to me like this person has done that.
Yeah.
Bad Brad Wheeler, he says, does the Star Burger in Huntsville count as a Utah hot dog?
Ooh.
No, not really, because it's just a hot dog, or it's just a hamburger with a hot dog
The
on
hot
it.
dog on it, yeah.
A sausage of some sort. It's a hybrid. I wouldn't. And I have a story too in the news today to go with it about the guy who invented tater tots.
Oh, we had tachos last night.
Here it is. The guy who is a Mormon guy.
Okay.
His name is F. Boy, is he really Mormon? F. Nephi Grigg.
Wow.
A relative of Parley P. Pratt, who Parley's Canyon is named after. Mr. Grigg was born in Nampa, Idaho, and his entrepreneurial spirit began at the age of 12. He acquired a company when he got older that became the Ore-Ida potato company, and he ran the company out of his tiny Oregon town, and he's from Idaho, so Ore-Ida, and the company had heard about selling fried frozen potatoes, and they wanted to get into that business.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how he did it. Where is it? Anyway, he invented the tater tot, essentially. He once, let's see, well, I can't find exactly the method that he used. But, yeah, a Mormon guy invented the tater tot. We have him to thank for that.
Corey says that the Utah dog is a boiled wiener, not all beef, plain white bun, and ketchup, and that's it.
Yeah, probably so. And most people say you should. Now, I do put ketchup on a hot dog, but most people say you should not do that. It should be mustard only. And I do like mustard and sweet pickle relish on my hot dog.
Yeah.
I can just do just that. But I like onions and sauerkraut. And
I think that, I understand the no ketchup idea.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I understand why you're going there. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I don't think we should be so rigid.
Right.
You know?
I agree. Rules are made to be broken.
You want the ketchup on your hot dog, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
Hot dogs in the country of Chile have mayo, onions, tomatoes, and avocados.
Yeah. I've made those. I saw a recipe for them. And it's kind of weird how, I think it's in that same one.
Oh, you remember these?
What?
Mom made wiener boats. You cut the hot dog down the middle, you lay them on the plate, and then you put mashed potatoes and cheese on top of them.
No, I've never had that.
Put them in the oven.
Sounds good.
We used to have that for school lunch, Katie.
Okay.
Let's see. One of my favorite places to go when I was a kid was a drive-in like Sonic, and they had a Coney Island dog, I guess you'd call it, with kind of a chili topping, but it's sweeter, and they gave you a big mug of root beer with it, and my dad and I would go and have dinner there sometimes when my mom was working. One of my favorite memories.
Big mug of root beer. Sounds great.
Speaking of hot dogs, if the stock market keeps dropping, it's hot dog soup for us all.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hot dog boats. We used to have those for school
I never
lunch
had
all the
that.
time. I didn't care for them too much.
Hmm.
It was like, could we take all of the flavor out of this and serve it to the kids? You know?
Did you ever have Beanie Weenie at school lunch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Beanie. You know what Beanie Weenie
Nope.
is? It's essentially pork and beans with caught up hot dogs in it.
Nope, we never had that in school.
And you can buy a can of Beanie Weenie.
We had like Navajo tacos and pizza in my school.
Pillsbury used to market wiener wraps.
Yeah.
And it was just essentially some of their frozen dough, not well, in the tube, not the frozen. And it was cut up into a proper square that you would wrap your hot dog in and stick it in the oven.
Yeah.
The wiener wraps. I loved those.
You could still do that.
You could. And I think it was Guy in the chat room created what will be the Utah dog. That is just your traditional hot dog, funeral potatoes on top.
Sure.
Right down the middle, yep. There's your Utah dog. Let's make it so. Create that thing.
Man, that drummer beats the hell out of those skins, doesn't he? Big prizes are up for grabs. On a game show somewhere. But this is Beat Gina. Here you can win valuable concert tickets for a fun night out. But if you want to win a new car, well, you'll have to try somewhere else.
Yes.
I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Do you know who has the youngest customers in the soft drink business?
No.
It's 7-Up, of course.
Well.
That's because 7-Up is so pure, so wholesome, you can even give it to babies and feel good about it. Look at the back of a 7-Up bottle. Notice that all of our ingredients are listed. That isn't required of soft drinks, you know, but we're proud to do it, and we think you're pleased that we do. By the way, Mom, when it comes to toddlers, if they like to be coaxed to drink their milk, try this. Add 7-Up to the milk in equal parts, pouring the 7-Up gently into the milk. It's a wholesome combination, and it works. Make 7-Up your family drink. You like it, it likes you. And please avoid imitation served from taps or cup machines. 7-Up is sold only in bottles. Nothing does it like 7-Up. And now, please avoid imitation game show hosts. You like him, he likes you, and take my word for it, nothing and no one else does it like Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you. Johnny Ola, everybody.
You're welcome.
Johnny Ola, professional game show announcer. All right, we've got, let's see, the randomizer has picked your contestants. It's Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Good morning.
All right, Brian, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please?
Let's go with heads today.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi. Wow.
Well, I need this because I've never seen this movie, so I need that advantage. But if you end up beating me, you'll get tickets to see Three Doors Down with Candlebox at USANA Amphitheater on July 20th. Now, tickets go on sale today at livenation.com at 10 a.m.
All right. Now, I have several questions here. I'm going to throw you both a little challenge.
Okay.
I have a genuinely hard question.
Okay.
I'm going to offer it to you.
Okay.
And if you answer it correctly, the game's over.
Wow.
And I'm going to do the same to Brian.
Okay. I'll take that challenge.
You will?
Sure.
Okay, so if you answer this correctly,
that's it.
The game is over.
Brian doesn't even get a chance?
Doesn't even get a chance. Which it seems fair because Gina's not seen this movie.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
How do you feel about this, Brian?
How do you feel about that, Brian? You think that's fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I've seen it once or twice, and I may or may not have actually met R. Lee Ermey once.
Really?
So right away.
Okay.
All right.
And Brian, if you'd like to meet me after the game, I can direct you to who to complain to.
All right, Gina.
Yes.
I'll look for that.
First question for you, Gina.
Yes.
Genuinely hard question.
Yes.
If you answer it, the game's over.
Okay.
The main character, Private Joker, what is the main character's real name? The character's name, not the actor.
Not the actor.
The character's name.
Okay.
Is it Jack Napier? Is it Jack Oswald White? Is it Arthur Fleck or J.T. Davis?
I know it's not 3.
Okay.
I'm just.
All right.
I'm process of elimination here.
Okay.
1.
Jack Napier?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, no.
Oh.
That's the Joker from Batman 89.
Oh.
Now, if Brian answers this, is the game over? If
Yeah.
he steals
Sure,
the-
why not?
All right.
All right. Well, sorry, Gina. It is J.T. Davis.
Wow.
And there you go.
Wow.
Gina, if you would like to meet me after the show, I can direct you who to complain to. The Game Show Commission would like to hear about this.
Do I get half a point because I knew it wasn't Arthur Fleck? Do I get?
Well, you get a half point. That's the Joker from the Joaquin Phoenix
Right, that's
movie.
why I knew that.
Jack Oswald White is the Joker's real name from the Flashpoint universe in the comics. J.T. Davis is a reference to the first U.S. casualty in Vietnam.
Oh.
It says Special Officer James T. Davis.
I didn't know that.
So there you go.
Well, Brian, you earned these Three Doors Down tickets for
Sounds
sure.
like it.
Certainly
yes.
did. Nicely done, Brian. And tell us how you came to meet R. Lee Ermey, the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket.
Well, somehow I found out that he was like in an Autorama or something.
Oh, yeah.
So I took my VHS copy of Full Metal Jacket down, had him sign it, and I got to stand there and talk to him for 10 or 15 minutes.
I understand he's a very nice gentleman.
Or
was.
Yeah,
very
he
nice.
was an amazing person.
Yes. All right, Brian, hang on the line, and a very nice person will come on and tell you how to claim your tickets. And
All
thanks
right.
for playing the game.
Thank you very much.
And it's time for me to... Go ahead. Bye, Brian.
Hang on.
It's time for me to go tickle my nose with some 7-Up bubbles. Bye-bye.
Now I've got a whole stack of Full Metal Jacket
You
questions.
sure do.
For Monday. All right. Big Boy News now, brought to you by.
Celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pink Floyd's best-selling album, The Dark Side of the Moon, at Clark Planetarium, now playing in Hanson Dome Theater every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
It's kind of sad to hear this, but I guess it's the way of the world these days. One of Jeff Garland's co-stars on the Goldbergs opened up about his messy departure from the show. Wendy McClendon Covey, who's very good,
Love
very
her.
funny, plays the wife, the matriarch, Beverly Goldberg, said on Tuesday's episode of Andy Cohen Live that Garland exiting the show followed a string of misconduct allegations and HR investigations, and it was a long time coming. And when he was finally gone, she said, "Thank God."
So it's if it's been multiple issues, that's the right thing that they did.
Yeah,
Sure.
Although
absolutely.
even his presence on the show didn't help the show be more funny toward the end.
No.
Yeah, the first
I haven't
four,
ever watched
the
it,
first
really.
4 seasons, 4 or 5 seasons, not bad. But then after that, it just kind of
It needed to be done.
it gave
Cohen
up.
Cohen asked if Garland's exit from the series was the result of complaints over a long period of time, and she said, yes. And then she said, if we could not talk about it, it'd really be great. I'm exhausted by the topic, and I just feel like the less people know about it, the better, really. Nobody benefits from knowing anything. The Goldbergs has survived Garland's firing, and
But
it is
Carrie's kind
currently-
of done with it.
Oh, I've been done with it
Yeah.
for a few seasons now.
Says it's in its 10th and final season.
final season. I mean, they'll get that rerun money, and they'll all be good.
Stormy Daniels has her phone records, or says her phone records are going to hurt Donald Trump after she handed them over. After she handed them over to her attorney on Wednesday, the porn star, what's her real name? Stephanie Clifford, I think, is at the center of the possible criminal indictment heading the former president's way over alleged payments made by him and his one-time lawyer, Michael Cohen, to Daniels to hush up an affair. On Wednesday, a Twitter user asked Stormy Daniels if she was still laughing. You seem to have stopped tweeting obsessively about Trump, but I'm sure you're having, excuse me, something's blocking my, there we go. You're having the last laugh, they wrote. I'm sure I will have the last laugh, Daniels replied, Stormy Daniels. I've been handing over phone records to my attorney today, and they are going to hurt.
Says who?
Planning spring break activities with my kid. It's a wonderful day.
She has a kid?
Oh, yeah. Yes, she does. She's apparently quite a good mother, and when she's not being a porn star, which I don't think she does anymore.
I don't think so.
She's she has a
And that's how the First Lady got involved. And she's got a son together that is a beautiful young man.
She's got a son.
together. She's got a son together. The most recent state health data shared March 23rd, that's Utah state health data, shows decreasing COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. Most counties are still showing low community COVID transmission levels based on a current Center for Disease Control and Prevention analysis of positive case counts. 2 counties, Paiute and San Juan, have medium transmission levels. I believe San Juan is where a part of where the Navajo Nation is, I think. Understand the latest Utah COVID-19 trends with these graphs that you can't see from the Salt Lake Tribune. From the Salt Lake Tribune. Currents, no, if I'd been Ron Burgundy, I just would have gone on with it. Current sewage data shows elevated amounts of coronavirus in 16 of the 35 sites across the state as of March 23rd. Lagoon, it's where fun is.
That's what I hear.
It's pushing its opening day back.
Well,
they were set to open.
Look out the window.
Yeah.
They were set to open the 2023 season on what? Well, anyway, they're pushing the opening back to April 1st. Oh, they were going to open this Saturday.
Yeah, that's not
tomorrow.
Not going to happen.
They were going to open tomorrow. They said, "Man, no, I think we'll." And I'm sorry to tell you that if you're a lagoon aficionado, admission prices will be going up this year. Equality Utah has disagreed vehemently, they say, with Latter-day Saint Apostle Jeffrey Holland's metaphorical call to arms for fellow congregants to defend heterosexual marriage. Leaders of the LGBTQ civil rights organization issued a statement this week saying they do not, however, wish to silence Southern Utah University's chosen commencement speaker. There have been some, they chose Jeffrey Holland to be their commencement speaker.
Yeah.
There have been some students at Southern Utah University who've been upset about that.
It's been a signature campaign.
And they're threatening to disrupt the commencement speech. But Equality Utah says, don't do that. Just, he has a right to speak. They have a right to choose him as a commencement speaker. Let him say.
God bless Troy
his
Williams.
piece.
He is able to keep his calm and cool. And
I really have a big problem with these, and I understand that when these there was one, I forget the judge's name, a conservative judge speaking at a university recently, and he was shouted down. Was it at Stanford or someplace like that? Shouted down, and it got really ugly. And the guy's a turd, no doubt about it. But he was invited by the Heritage I think it's Heritage Foundation students, the members of the student law school, which is a very small group. Most of the people who go there don't have anything to do with it, but they wanted him to come and speak. So let him come and speak. Just don't attend. He'll be speaking to 20 people.
Or attend and see what the other side is thinking. It's good information gathering.
I think you already know. But you already know. I think you would be making a bigger statement if you just don't show up.
Sure.
Because that's that Heritage group, and I read about it, was like there are 23 students in the group.
Or attend and then stand up with your back to the speaker.
That's what happened at
quietly.
That's what happened at Georgetown when I think it might have been Brett Brett Kavanaugh.
I like beer.
There was a full auditorium, and the minute he started to speak, about 150 students or something got up and silently and walked out.
That's also a good.
But don't shout people down.
Yeah.
Don't shout them down. It's not. It's
silent protest is good. I like it.
And universities are supposed to be a place where
different ideas.
People, no matter how loathsome, you should be free to express your idea. Salt Lake City police are reporting an increase in a specific pill being confiscated over the last month. The pills are labeled, and it's stamped into them, M on one side and the number 30 on the other, so M30s, also known as blues. They're being sold.
The little blues?
They're being sold illicitly around town. They got a lot of fentanyl in them, apparently, and that's dangerous.
That will kill you.
Very dangerous. So, don't buy them. And just quickly, KFC is introducing new.
I'm so excited.
Kentucky Fried Chicken nuggets.
Because here's why.
Why haven't they done this
Here's
before?
why. So let me
All right.
let me fast food explain.
Yeah, because you got to get into the sports too.
Yeah. So they have the popcorn chicken.
Yes.
Which is not the flavoring, the 11 herbs and spices that you get. It's just. So what do you want? You want Kentucky Fried Chicken bite size
That's why I go there.
with the 11 herbs and spices.
Yeah. They haven't done this before.
They haven't done that.
I don't know why.
So they're getting rid of the popcorn chicken, and they're going to have nuggets with
Go
the
with what
11
you know.
herbs
Yeah.
and spices.
That makes sense.
That's what else is exciting? Utah women's basketball
Okay.
is in the Sweet 16.
Do they have the 11 herbs and spices,
They
though?
sure do.
Okay.
They're playing the LSU Tigers today at 3. We've also got, let's see, so who won yesterday in the men?
I don't know.
Gonzaga beat UCLA 79-76. Florida Atlantic over Tennessee. Kansas State over Michigan State. UConn over Arkansas. Let's see, the Jazz play today at 7. Milwaukee Bucks, this is in town. And Real Salt Lake tomorrow against St. Louis. That's your sports. Weather, if you have a window, then you know. If you're, the snow squall has moved through. You can tell it's kind of slowed down a little bit, but there are more coming.
Yes.
They're going to come in waves today, so it's a good day to stay home if you don't have to go anywhere. If you do have to go somewhere, be aware that UDOT is telling me we have slowdowns all up and down the Wasatch Front due to this snow, and it's going to continue.
Oh yeah, it's going to
throughout
hit
the
again at
day.
about noon. It looks
Yeah,
like.
it coming in waves. It is.
Yep.
So too many accidents to mention. I'll just remind you that you need to clean your car off, leave some space between you and the car and in front of you.
When is the break in the storms going to come? So I got to time my liquor store run.
11.
11. So
Mhm.
Oh,
okay.
that's perfect. We'll be off the air by
that'd be
then.
good.
and
So
then they're
10:30,
open.
11, and then it hits at noon.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so that's your weather. And just to go back to weather, it's going to do this all weekend, by the way. So more snow Saturday and Sunday.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We'll be back. Don't forget, Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity game. You could win concert tickets coming up just after 9 o'clock.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Yes, he is enchanted. Kyle
Don't
Brown.
do that, Bill.
Yeah, is.
Don't do that.
He is. So
Not yet.
It will be was, but now it's is. Kyle Brown, longtime participant in the Radio from Hell show, longtime friend of the program. We found out that he has ALS, and he's been getting, and it's fatal. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's fatal. And he's been getting, weaker, and it's very difficult for him to talk. So he's been writing us letters, and mostly they've been a lot about how his trying to overcome various challenges with ALS. This one's a little different. I couldn't get away with a crime if my life depended on it. I used to think I could get away with about any crime, like a bank robbery.
Mm-hmm.
I would never do something like that, but it was good to know that I could. I could never understand thievery of any kind, or bodily harm to someone, such as murder or physical or sexual abuse. These are things that I will never understand. I've been on the receiving end of physical battery, and I've had money and items stolen from me. In high school, a kid broke into our garage and stole my snowboard and boarding gear. We knew who it was, but the police wouldn't do anything because, well, that would have required the Centerville police having to do something. The person who did it was hit by a train a couple of years later, and after spending some time in an assisted living facility, he died. True story. Also in high school, I was beat up a couple of times by guys that bullied me. One was and you've got if you haven't ever seen Kyle, he's a very slight, slim, small man, and just who would want to, I guess, an easy target.
Yeah.
Says some guys bullied me. One was a wannabe poser cowboy who drove his car off Dead Man's Curve above the B in Bountiful and died. I remember when they announced it over the intercom system at school. I was with Punk and a few of our friends. We gave a little cheer.
Oh, jeez.
Probably rude of us. And then the other guy was a baseball player with hopes of making it in the big leagues. Not the other guy that bullied him.
Mm-hmm.
He rolled his car and was thrown into a tree that caught his arm and badly mangled it. Also, both true stories. When we were young, my friends called it the curse of Kyle. Probably a better story for Halloween and not Christmas. The most I've had stolen from me, other than in my divorce, was in a business deal gone bad. I sold my car dealership that I owned to a guy in 2012. Legal documents were drawn up and all signed and notarized. In exchange for the dealership, I was to get several $1,000s and a job as manager at a specified salary. The person that bought it from me was very smart and worked very hard 24/7. Unfortunately, he used his intelligence and work ethic for evil instead of good. Over a very brief period, he got a hold of the company tax account and took the $50,000 in sales tax. He bought 2 cars under my name and canceled my payout check. Then he came to see me at the dealership and said, "F you, cockroach, what are you going to do about it? You got nothing and you got no money."
Wow.
He had closed his existing business and mine and opened up a new one. He had done some fancy paperwork and left the tax in my name, leaving me owing $50,000 to the state of Utah. He went on to steal a half a dozen exotic cars totaling over $2 million from an auto auction, selling several of the cars without titles, and selling several stolen cars to local dealerships. He was also shipping spice in cars using auto carriers. All of this is public knowledge in court documents online. Where is all the money? Well, he sent it to his father in Pakistan. He's been in and out of prison, currently out. He's not able to work and has to look over his shoulder every moment as he, not surprisingly, has people wanting to talk to him. He has no friends, no children, no family, nothing here. His wife, ex-wife, I'm not sure anymore, hated him. She told me that when I slept with her. Kyle, after he stole my money. I would not trade places with him even though he got away with millions. I'll die free. Money screws people up for some reason. Some people just want more and more, and I can't fathom why. I mean, I know we need it, and toys are cool, but what's the end goal? I guess I'll never know. It's like trying to understand a politician. You just can't. I guess the moral of this story is don't steal or beat up people, especially me, and especially at Christmas. Cheers, everyone. Look over there.
Wow. Okay.
Quite a life Kyle has had.
Yeah. All right. Should be calling, but before we get there, I have some more Martha Stewart wine corks for you.
Oh, good. I have 2. I've put them on the shelf of my desk.
Now, see,
you bought a case.
Yeah. See, I think it was on sale. couldn't resist. Now I think that we got some repeaters here because we got one that's
I don't know.
Martha's Face. Now that what it is it's on the Martha's Shard is what it's called. And on the corks, you get a different face of Martha Stewart.
Versions of Martha.
Different versions.
Yeah.
So this one's a kind of a bob haircut with parted down the middle.
I don't call it a bob. I call it a Ted.
So
it's, let's see now. Do I have this one?
I don't know if you have that one or not.
No, don't have it.
And then there's this one, which is parted on the side and kind of a long hair, but not smiling. So she's... This is... almost, sexy, almost serious.
No, these are both different than the other 2 you gave me.
Okay, and then there's this one that's parted
You've had
on...
a lot of Martha wine in the last week, Terry.
I saved them. I forgot to bring them in. And this one's parted on the side.
And it was on sale.
And it was on sale. Smiling.
Let's see.
That's a rare one. You don't get smiling Martha very often.
That might be a repeater, right?
I think this one is a repeat. Yeah.
So.
Oh, no, Martha has a wonderful smile.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll see. Anyway, the mayor is on the phone.
Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. Good morning, Mayor Wilson. How are you?
I'm great. Good morning.
Is it snowing like hell where you are as well?
Yeah, there's a few coming down.
Yeah. So what are we going to do about all this excess water?
All this water, yeah.
I mean, it's a good
It's
thing.
great, but how do we prepare for it?
Well, first I have to laugh that, we're in these deep, deep drought conditions. We get all the snow, and then that becomes the problem,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't
So
it?
you have to approach this with the bookends.
Mhm.
Well, I appreciate neighbors looking after neighbors, people surveying their own property if you live along the stream. And we're at it, our flood control folks working with the state, working with local governments, and we're hoping that from here on out, weather's our friend. So the good news is my father was very involved in 1983 floods as mayor.
Ted Wilson.
There's been-
That's right.
Yeah, Ted. But there's been a lot of infrastructure improvements, and we have teams preparing.
Mhm.
So
I was going to ask you about that.
we'll take it from here.
I mentioned that earlier this week, that because of the 83 floods, a lot of infrastructure was put in the event that this happened again, right? And that's what you're talking about with your father's.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think, that's been more than a few decades, right? And there's been a lot of infrastructure improvements. We have a full team at Salt Lake County that works every year, and we're we're coordinated with local governments to make sure that their systems are clear of debris, are updated. Municipal infrastructure is not an exciting topic until you get this much snow, but it's a combination of doing the right thing in the off year to prepare for these types of years. And, we're aware of the amount of snow. We're watching the weather and also hoping for the best. I mean, I do know that we're a community that responds. We saw it in 83 with thousands of people coming out. And, we saw it last weekend even with people. We had a call from the county for people to come and fill sandbags. We had hundreds show up.
Is there a place where people can go and get sandbags if they need them?
Yeah, it's our Public Works Center, and go to the County Public Works website, make a phone call, and we'll give you the location for pickup. But you can pick up sandbags to protect your personal property, and of course we have the skilled Public Works teams and our flood control teams monitor and watching, and of course we work with our emergency management teams as well, who are embedded with our fire departments and such throughout the county.
Back in 83, it wasn't as bad in Ogden. That's where I was at the time. But there was significant flooding in Ogden Canyon, as I remember. And I spent more than one day going up at Ogden Canyon and helping people I didn't know sandbag around their houses and things because they're right on the Ogden River. It was a kind of a remarkable effort when people who didn't know each other getting together and just working and trying to help each other out. It was really terrific. So I hope we have flooding again because it'll bring us together.
You sound like my father. I'm telling you. This is like his Olympics #2. Of course, we don't want any property damage. He was saying for years, a once in a lifetime, and now he's saying, well, maybe not. And we shouldn't laugh about it because we don't want anybody's property in danger. But at the same time, it is a moment where we prove. We see the best of Utahns, right? We do come together. My dad's favorite story is that on a Sunday, City Creek was getting ready to overflow. They were watching it, but the weather went up so quickly that he called the religious leaders throughout the state, and everybody was like, woo-hoo, we're out of church. And it's the only time I can remember that happening, especially, the LDS church leader at the time. Let people out of church to go help.
Yeah.
And apparently said something like the ox is in the mire, and off everyone went and took off their church clothes.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? The ox is in the mire?
The ox is in the mire. I don't know that. I think it's a scripture talking about like when things are really bad, you make a different call.
Yeah.
No idea.
Now I'm going to make one prediction about it. If there is flooding, the prediction I make though is that we still won't ever turn on the Bangerter pumps.
Well, there is that. I mean, you have to be at least my age, Bill, to remember that.
Yeah.
So, that was
they're out there.
The pumps built in the 80s. They're sitting out there somewhere. And
they've never been used.
I think that they shipped them off. I don't know. You might have to do some fact checking, or I could. I don't know if they dismantled them or
no,
they're still there.
I think they're still there, and I think over the years they have had to turn them on every once in a while just for maintenance. But But they've never
Yeah.
been used to pump the lake.
That is not my county, but I would encourage the county leaders of the state to issue like some sort of public art competition then to do something with them.
Oh, good idea. Good
There
idea.
you go.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson, thanks a lot for talking with us, and stay high and stay dry.
Yes, agree. Have a good one.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Always my advice. Stay high and stay dry.
Yep.
I need a potty break.
Ted Wilson
after all
was a
that.
good mayor.
He was. All right. Well, we're going to take a break here so you can go, Gina. Before.
Well, after all those water
Yeah,
things you were.
Would you traffic us before you go?
I will just say this. I wouldn't drive if you didn't have to. We have another one of those
Yeah.
days on our hands. Very, very slow going, snow-packed roads. Visibility is poor in places. I'm looking from Utah County all the way up to Weber Davis County. Folks are having issues. So leave some space. Make sure your lights are on. Leave a little early if you do have to go anywhere. And this is supposed to happen throughout the weekend, actually. Not just throughout the day, but throughout the weekend. Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets now through March 26th.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break, but it's time for you to line up to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity game. We'll give you a list of 4 celebrity names. 3 of them are fine. One of them, however, is no longer with us. Pick the dead celebrity, and you will win
tickets to see The Cure.
The Cure. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Frank Christ Presents. KXRK Provo.
This Sunday, here we go. Be one of the first to see the movie that's being called the biggest.
I feel bad that I don't have any wonderful stories to tell you about the weekend, the long weekend we
You don't
had.
have any wonderful. Do you have any?
I don't have any
terrible stories.
No story. I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything?
No.
I went to dinner.
Where'd you go to dinner?
Table X.
Did they do the thing where they tell you a paragraph about everything on the?
Well, I mean, it wasn't a paragraph, but it was.
It's a detailed description.
Of everything that I had.
I think I would find that annoying.
It was kind of interesting, actually. I mean, they've cut it down from a paragraph apparently to just a sentence or so. We get this from here, and that was delicious.
Did you do anything?
Well, my husband was fishing.
Oh, that's right.
He went on a fishing trip.
That's what he said.
Sure.
Well,
I'm going fishing,
I'm
honey.
going
Doink,
fishing.
doink.
And I'm like, it's really cold. You're really going fishing?
Yes.
People fish in the cold.
Which means my kids and I ate crappy and watched crappy TV while he was. I watched a Dateline on Friday that made me so mad.
Why?
Because they got it wrong.
They got it wrong? They never get it wrong.
No, I mean, why did you watch Dateline?
Because my husband was fishing. I already told you. So it was Footprints in the Snow was the title of it. And it was about this girl that was abducted from her house, like back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Long. Did you watch it, Carrie?
No.
Oh.
Sue has them on while I walk through Italy.
Oh.
So I don't pay attention.
And so I'm watching this go, and usually when you're watching it, you figure it out. You're like, oh, okay, this is what happened. And I did that in my mind. I'm like, okay, this guy did it. Of course. That is not the guy they arrested and put in prison. I almost want to go and, be at Amnesty International to get this guy out of... the wrong guy got convicted of this
How do you
murder.
know?
I can just tell.
Oh, God. I can spot a guilty person a mile away.
The guy that they put in is just a crazy guy that was obsessed with this case, but he didn't kill her. He was obsessed with it.
Well, who did?
Well, conveniently, the guy died of a drug overdose many years ago, so they can't get him. So they got to get somebody.
Yeah.
I was so upset. I'm like, they got the wrong guy.
Wouldn't you rather them arrest somebody than
That's what
never
I'm
solve
thinking.
it?
I am thinking this
I
is
think
a
that's
case
what you should
of
do.
this guy's a crazy weirdo. we may as well put him in prison instead of nobody in prison.
You want to leave the you want the family to be satisfied that you've done something.
Exactly.
So if you don't know who it is, just arrest somebody and put them in jail.
Let's arrest that guy. He's been bugging people.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Oh no, wait, Gina.
Uh-oh.
You need to listen.
Is there a podcast about this?
Sue says there's a podcast about it. They did get the right guy.
Are you sure?
That's what the podcast says. So,
because I think it was
because she knows what you're talking about.
I think it was the druggy son that lived across the street.
And I think she felt initially the same way, but then she looked into it. Well, so
there you go.
So everything's fine.
I trust your wife looks into these things.
Well,
But I thought you could just tell, Gina.
So I watched that, and then I also watched.
She knows better than the police, you know.
I watched the documentary about the Sarah Lawrence cult.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the kids, the college kids that one of their dad came and started sleeping on the couch there, and then he started a cult with these kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I watched part of a documentary. Jeff Bridges.
Yes.
Narrating. And it was the story of Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Jeff Bridges? Oh, yes, I saw that one.
And it was so boring, I shut it off about halfway. It was just like, okay, this is,
It was more performances than a documentary.
Creedence is fine. I like them a lot. They were very popular. They were very successful. But it was just boring.
Well, that was because that footage was never seen before.
Right.
That's why it was special.
I didn't even get to the footage at the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to that.
That was leading up to that, and then it was just pretty much a concert.
Right.
So
and
that's why.
Well, and it was pretty much them singing songs up to that time. I thought, well, why do I want to watch them sing those songs over again at the Royal Albert Hall? I just don't want to watch it, so I shut it off. And I watched Hello Tomorrow with Billy Crudup.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Apple.
That's the one Carrie was excited about.
It's got that. It's like it's in the 50s or 60s, but then there's all this space age stuff too.
Well, it's the future that we were told we were going to have. You know, robots to walk our dogs, and cars float now, and we have jetpacks.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
And it's really cool looking. Unfortunately, the story seems a little thin.
Well, they're stretching it. They're
one.
stretching it out a bit is the problem. They need to get to the point.
Yeah,
I mean, I can tell something dark is going on.
I like Billy Crudup in it. He's good. I've forgiven him now for Mary Louise Parker.
There's just this great scene where this automated truck pulls up to a house to drop off a package, and it kills this woman.
The package does.
The truck.
The truck backs up
into the house.
Into the house, backs up over her, drops off the package, and then leaves. And she's there, mangled. But everyone's still, hey, how you doing?
The truck, the automated truck was pretty cool too because the windshield was a cartoon stork. Driving it, but it was just like a cartoon saying, "Hey, everybody, have a good day. Hi."
Okay.
But it's selling timeshares on the moon.
Yeah. Hank Azaria.
Or are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Okay.
And Billy Crudup has sold this lie so many times that he now kind of believes it.
There were 2 episodes available, I think, right? I just
3.
watched one. Oh, there are 3.
Go through this. Get to the second one. It starts to advance.
Okay,
a little bit
I'll
more.
give it another chance.
The first one, Sue made the same point about the first episode, but they're setting up a lot of chess pieces here. So
it just looks so damn cool.
Yeah.
It's really great looking.
But
somebody art directed the hell out of it.
But then also at the same time, I felt like they went, "Oh, this is going to be expensive. Let's cut back a little." I kind of got that feeling.
I didn't see that,
but I hope that the characters are a little more. I hope they get more developed.
Yeah.
Like Hank Azaria's character so far. Oh, he's a gambling addict, and that's all.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him.
Now I gotta go listen to this damn podcast.
I'm gonna send it to you.
You know that Cold podcast too that Amy that did Talking Cold.
Yeah.
That's available now, and it's just weird for me to listen to it because
I know people.
I know the killer. Well, he was never prosecuted for it.
You know the suspected.
But, yeah.
You know the suspect.
And he did a lot of time in jail for other things. But and I didn't know the victim, Cherie Warren, but I know lots of other people they mention, and it's all places I know. And they went to Polk Avenue and down Washington Boulevard, and
Be careful, Bill. You might be a suspect.
I could have been.
You sound kind of involved.
Well, I was a little bit back in the day. As a matter of fact, the guy who does that podcast, I asked Amy. I said, I had personal contact with with this Kerry Hartman guy who was suspected of. She was his girlfriend, and I said I knew him, and I had a lot of contact with him, and maybe he would want to talk to me about on the podcast. He never got a hold of me.
Well, at least you're not,
So the police
suspect
come knocking on your door?
On a Dateline.
No, I'm not a suspect.
And then I'll watch it on Dateline, and I'll say you didn't do it, Bill.
Okay, thanks.
Because I can tell.
Thanks. What's the frequency, Frank? I never quite understood that song. REM.
It's about
Dan Rather.
Dan Rather when they were kicking him in the street. The guy kept yelling, "What's the frequency, Ken?"
He was a crazy.
He got poked in the face or something, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Frank Christ is here. Hi. Good morning, Frank.
Oh, good morning.
Do you
everyone.
like that song?
I'm a fan of REM. Not necessarily that song,
But they are precious celebrities.
They are. Oh, yes, very.
Frank is our celebrity reaper, and I've at first I just didn't know how I felt having you around. It made me kind of uncomfortable, but I've grown to like you.
I'm always around. Whether you know it or not, I'm always around.
I stepped in the elevator the other day, Frank, and it was cold in there, and I thought, I wonder if Frank is.
I might be there.
Frank,
close by.
just tell me it'll happen in my sleep and it won't hurt. Okay? That's all
I won't know till I get the order.
All right. Well, Frank collects celebrity when they die, and so he won't be collecting me. There's another
You're a
reaper.
celebrity.
No, I think there's another reaper for minor celebrities, isn't there, Frank?
There is a regional celebrity reapers, but because I know you all.
Oh, that's true. We have a personal connection now.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I'd be proud to have you. I know it'll hurt you to do it, but I'd be proud to have you reap me.
Jeez.
Reap.
Creepy. Let's play the game.
Tasha's here to play the game.
Tasha, hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
You don't seem so short.
After that conversation, I don't bother. I don't blame you. Tasha, Frank is here to play the game with you. We call the game Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Frank has given me a list of 4 celebrities. 3 of them on the list are
they're fine. I've never met them.
But one of them Frank has met and taken away. And Frank provides me this list, and he gives me a little bio of each person, and I'm going to read that to you in a second, Tasha. And what could Tasha win?
We have tickets to see The Cure live at Vivint Arena on June 4th.
Frank, this is an interesting list that you've brought me.
Yes, there's a theme for me.
Tasha, excuse me, it's not Tasha, it's Tasha, right?
My phone says Tasha when it calls me.
Well, young lady, I am not your phone.
It's Tasha.
It's Tasha. These 4 celebrities that Frank has given me here, they were all hosts on the 2nd season of Saturday Night Live. And I should have the date of that in front of me. It seems to me it was like 1978, I think. But at any rate, here are the celebrities. You tell me who's no longer with us. Number 1 on the list, Norman Lear. Producer, screenwriter. He's written and created and developed over 100 television shows, among them All in the Family, Maude, Sanford and Son, One Day at a Time, The Jeffersons, Good Times. He founded the advocacy organization People for the American Way to counter the influence of Christian right in politics. And in the early 2000s, he mounted a tour with a copy of the Declaration of Independence. And the musical guest when Mr. Lear hosted Saturday Night Live was Boz Scaggs. Number 1 on the list, Norman Lear. Number 2 on our list of SNL hosts, Season 2, Karen Black. She rose to prominence for her work in various studio and independent films, and always playing or frequently portraying eccentric and offbeat characters. Black appeared as Rayette, the waitress girlfriend of Jack Nicholson in the film Five Easy Pieces, for which she was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. She also starred in Plan 10 from Outer Space, a science fiction satire of Mormon theology directed by Utah's own Trent Harris. Her SNL episode featured the second appearance on SNL of Mr. Bill. Number 2 on the list, Karen Black. Number 3, Shelley Duvall. Known for her portrayals of distinct and often eccentric characters, the recipient of several accolades, including a Cannes Film Festival Award, a Peabody Award, and nominations for a British Academy Film Award and 2 Primetime Emmy Awards. Shelley Duvall became famous, of course, for playing Olive Oyl in the live-action feature version of Popeye, and also playing Wendy Torrance in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Duvall agreed to be interviewed once by Phil McGraw on his daytime talk show, Dr. Phil. After the show aired, USA Today reported that Shelley Duvall appeared to be suffering from mental illness. The segment received significant criticism of Dr. Phil. I don't know why that he was still on the air after that, because people said that he had exploited Shelley Duvall. SNL musical guest when Shelley hosted was Joan Armatrading. And number 4 on the list, Fran Tarkenton, former professional football player who was a quarterback in the National Football League for 18 seasons with the Minnesota Vikings mostly. He was the first athlete to host the show, and I think they've had an athlete almost every year since then. During the monologue, Fran Tarkenton attempted to sing the song Feelings, not very well, and he was replaced by Garrett Morris.
It was a very funny bit.
The musical guest that show was Leo Sayer, who did When I Need You and You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Number 4, Fran Tarkenton. Those are 4 long ago hosts, Tasha, of SNL. Were you even around at that time, Tasha?
76.
76.
No.
No. Can you guess which one is gone?
I'm going to guess the football player.
Fran Tarkenton?
He's fine.
That's a good guess.
I guess a good guess. Unfortunately, he's still with us.
It's just fine.
He's become a horribly, well, he always was, conservative.
Oh, I thought you're thinking.
No, he's.
Oh, is he dead too?
Oh, he's bad.
Fran too.
Oh, he's bad. He's 83. He's still alive. Let's see. I'll give you another guess. Okay. Let me read them to you again and see if you can pick it out. Is it Norman Lear, Karen Black, or Shelley Duvall?
Karen Black.
Yes, you got it on the second try. Karen Black. She died on August 8th, 2013. She was 74. She had cancer. Actress Juliette Lewis paid tribute to Karen Black, saying she was my mentor and a second mother to me.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yes, it does.
She inspired everyone she came into contact with. So congratulations, Tasha. You're going to get the tickets. Is it the
Cure?
The Cure ticket.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
nice.
Yay.
You should be excited about that.
I am.
I can tell. All right, Tasha. Hang on the line, and a nice person will come on and tell you how to get those tickets. Let's see. Norman Lear, by the way, still alive.
100.
100 years old.
Yes.
And Shelley Duvall, she's making a comeback. She
is?
Yeah. She's
She's gotten the help that she needed.
Oh, good.
yeah, and
good.
she's working on a project right now. She says, I feel good.
Oh, good for her.
I'm excited to be back doing stuff. She's 73. And she was really excellent, and she had a good career. You remember those fairy tale theater shows that she did for, I think it was Showtime.
Yeah.
They were excellent, just great. Frank, thank you for being here again. It's been a long week.
Thank you.
I know.
I'm hoping to have a quiet weekend. But,
I hope so too.
Is there
you
anything
know
on
how it
tap?
is. Well, has anyone seen Tommy Hilfiger?
Tommy Hilfiger,
72.
He's so he'd be.
He's
He'd
a
be
fashion
somebody,
celebrity.
I know,
Fashion celebrity,
I guess.
yeah.
Okay, all
How
right.
about Kelly LeBrock?
That's more likely. I
The
would
lady
say.
in red?
63.
That's more likely.
Oh, this seems pretty likely, although I think he's already dead. The Undertaker, the wrestler?
Is he dead?
I don't know.
58.
I don't know.
That's a lot of miles.
Check your Rolodex. You
For
might have already
58.
gotten him.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of
I
it.
know I've taken his manager, Paul Bearer.
I know.
Well, I'll be quiet. I hope here's for a quiet weekend.
I
Goodbye,
hope so.
everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, Frank.
I'm taking one of those bottles of wine.
Off he goes.
Take it, though.
Off he goes in his electric scooter, the environmentally conscious Grim Reaper,
Yeah,
Frank Chris.
the Undertaker's still alive.
Yep, 58. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news after these. Stand by.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want
even
you to,
if okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's. a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept.
Rachel Talley, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah. I just looked it up because I was curious.
Yes.
Why Judge?
Why his name is Judge
Yeah.
in real life? Why it is?
He was born Edward Ernest Reinhold Jr. And I find no explanation where Judge that's
Judge
not his name. That's not his given name.
Judge is not short for Edward or anything
I
like
think
that?
no. I think it's just a nickname his family gave him for whatever reason.
Huh.
Maybe he was super judgy.
Yeah,
when
maybe.
Possible.
Sorry, I just got curious after listening to
All right. Let's get to some big boy news now, brought to you by.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Brought
it's
to you-
there?
Oh, thank
Reinhold was nicknamed Judge because when he was a baby, he looked stern and judge-like. His family called him the Judge.
All right, Your Honor.
All right.
And are you planning to buy a home? Good. That was going to drive me crazy. Okay. There's no need to blow your savings. You can use government grant money for a down payment. New Dwello can find up to $26,000 for your home purchase. To see if you qualify, text Tour Homes to 32323.
Lana Del Rey's Did You Know There's a Tunnel Under Ocean Boulevard album is her most soul-searching record yet.
I didn't know that.
Everything But the Girl has broken their 24-year silence with a bang. And Carrie, a story for you. A monkey kidnapped a dog in the middle of a busy market before taking the dog on a wild rooftop adventure. The monkey nabbed the black and white pup from a busy street in Jaipur, India, and climbed to the rooftops with the dog in his clutches.
Monkey!
The entire shocking scene was captured on camera by a bystander. Footage shows the simian holding the pooch in a vice-like grip as the pet tries to wriggle free. But the primate stayed calm and simply stared back at the crowd as they looked up in anticipation for his next move. Sitting on the roof, and he's got the dog clutched in his... Those monkeys are getting...
They're out of control.
They're out of control.
Well, somebody sent me a video of a whole bunch of monkeys. And they put out bananas cut in half in a big bucket.
Yeah.
Like a big bucket. And they showed these monkeys. It wasn't like a swarm at first.
Yeah.
It was like they were just kind of moseying up and getting the bananas, and then more start showing up, and the mosey became more frenzied. And I just thought to myself, I'm glad they're not carnivores.
Yeah.
The way they were ripping into that.
The dog, the monkey with the dog, jumped from rooftop to rooftop and disappeared with the dog still in his clutches. No. It is not known what happened to the puppy.
I don't think good things.
I don't think good things, no. Afro Man.
Because I got high?
I think. This is in Adams County, Ohio. 7 members of the Adams County Sheriff Office who raided Joseph Foreman's home last year are now suing him, claiming, among other things, that he invaded their privacy. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective are claiming that Afro Man took footage of their faces obtained during the raid and used it in music videos and social media posts without their consent. They're also suing on civil grounds, saying that Afro Man's use of their faces and personas in the videos and social media posts resulted in their emotional distress and embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation.
Well,
yeah, and I don't. He's threatening to countersue them.
I could see that, yeah.
Let's see. It says sheriff's deputies had acted on a warrant claiming probable cause that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found at Afro Man's house.
And they weren't.
No, nothing there. And he was totally
and
clean.
They broke his gate, I think.
Yeah.
They damaged stuff
Yeah.
when they were...
He's pissed, and so he's suing.
Don't blame him.
Or they're suing him. He says, I'm going to countersue.
Yeah.
Diane Keaton has gotten candid about her sex life, and
Why?
I just don't care.
No one...
But somebody wanted to know that
I don't know that they did.
In a new interview with the American Association of Retired Persons magazine, ARP, she said that, I don't remember anybody calling me, this is so-and-so, and I'd like to take you out. It just doesn't happen. It does not happen. I don't date. I haven't dated. I haven't been on a date in, let's say, 35 years.
35 years.
No dates. I have a lot of male friends. I have a lot of friends, but no
I
no
love
dates.
Diane Keaton.
And I don't
take her on a date.
So what does this mean, Jeannie? You probably speak Keaton.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends, but no dates. No moi moi. Oh, kissing.
Kissing.
Moi moi.
Yeah.
No, it's just, let's go to dinner and we'll talk. And
yeah.
Maybe she needs a little moi moi.
Yeah, maybe. Here, now you might know about this, Gina.
What?
This is a movie.
Yes.
Desperate Housewives Never Go Out of Style on TV, it says here.
Mhm.
And in Love and Death, Elizabeth Olsen is playing a particularly troubled housewife.
This is
the final trailer.
So,
it's based on a true story, right?
So Jessica Biel did this story.
I probably saw it then.
Was it a Netflix or one of those?
Yeah, she did The Sinner.
It's the same. It's the same story, where this super Christian-y family. She meets this guy at church and then informs him she would like to have an affair with him, and he's like, okay.
Yeah, there have been a couple of versions of this.
So Jesse Plemons is playing the guy.
He's the guy that goes,
okay.
And then she gets, and then he breaks it off.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny because he's kind of a lerpy dude and she's pretty, and he just kind of went, yeah, I think I'm just going to stay with my wife. And she's like, oh, yeah, well, then I'm going to kill your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Jessica Biel's was Candy.
That's what
and
it
we
was.
watched that one. And then I saw the preview for this one.
It's the same movie.
And it's like they used the same sets and the same costumes.
I don't know why they,
they
did this.
What are you bringing that's different
Well,
to this?
I don't know. I'll watch it because I happen to like Jesse Plemons.
Yeah.
He seems to be good in almost everything. He's one
It's
of those
probably
actors.
a better version of this.
He's one of those actors who are really understated. He's very quiet most of the time.
You can see the Jessica Biel one on Hulu right now, apparently.
I fell in love with Jesse Plemons when he was on what was that anthology
Black
series?
Mirror.
Black Mirror, where he played a Captain Kirk-like
Starship
character.
Captain,
Oh, my God, he was good. That was an excellent episode as well.
Mm-hmm.
The Murdaugh family, Gina.
Yes.
They're
this is a bunch of murder in
A
here.
morsel of Murdaugh?
Well, they're auctioning off all the Murdaugh furniture and
Ugh, no
to the
thanks.
highest bidder. Several household items which once belonged to Alex and Maggie Murdaugh are being placed up for auction. The contents of the home they shared were given to Liberty Auction to sell. And there's a brown leather sofa, a collection of mounted skulls, Okay.
Wait, what?
A collection of mounted skulls.
You know,
Like you do?
like you have.
I guess.
It's perfectly normal.
Oh, he's an attorney. Don't most attorneys have
I mean,
a couple of skulls at least?
I know Ed has a few, but I think they're predator skulls.
Let's see. There's a new full-length feature of a documentary about Devo they're making.
We're going to talk about that coming up.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
And let's see. One other quick story here. How about this one? Dove, the candy.
Yes,
company, chocolates.
Mm.
And they are bringing back the 90s with new. I don't know why this is bringing back the 90s. New molten lava-filled chocolates. Well, that sounds dangerous. As overplayed as molten lava cakes have become, they're never overplayed in my book.
The only thing I don't like about them is when you go to a restaurant and they're like, if you want that, you got to order it like an hour before you want it.
Well, why do you not like that?
Sometimes because
Just think ahead.
I want a spur of the moment lava cake.
Well, I'm sorry, that doesn't happen.
I don't want.
If you want a
What if
spur,
I didn't
You know anything about lava cake?
if you want a spur of the moment molten lava cake, move to another country.
I don't think they do it in another.
Who doesn't love chocolate oozing out of more chocolate? Dove agrees, and so this is the chocolate brand is launching bite-sized chocolates inspired by the. It says here passe but beloved dessert.
That's not passe.
It's a great
Oh,
dessert.
delicious.
I love molten
And I
lava
want
cake.
it instant with ice cream and some whipped cream on it. Oh.
Then you need to move to
Now I want cake.
Ecuador. That's where they
Need
do
to
that.
move to Ecuador?
That's where they do the instant molten lava
I don't
cake.
think
Oh,
so.
see, now I got to stop and get some Tre Leche cake on the way home now.
All right, that's it.
Weather.
So we have a break in the squall.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
And come back at noon.
It's coming back.
That's a squall break I'm looking at.
Yep.
Actually, I almost kind of see a little bit of blue sky.
Yeah,
over there.
that's the thing about this weather.
It is coming back though, and will come in waves throughout the weekend. Actually, quite a bit colder too. Overnight lows in the 20s, daytime highs in the low to mid 30s.
All right.
Yeah, you listen to Radio from Hell in your car, but
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you
welcome.
so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
Not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? What's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in? Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead.
it's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right, Scott. What crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. You in Frank Christ Presents, Karen Black was the correct answer.
Yeah.
Our Dead Celebrity game.
Actress Karen.
And you've listed a few credits.
Yeah. Gee, there's so many.
There's so many. The chat room reminded me of, I think, probably the first time I saw her. And apparently this movie isn't available on, like, Blu-ray or anywhere. Well, you can watch it on YouTube for free.
What's it called? It's
called Trilogy of Terror. And it was a made-for-TV movie.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a TV.
And it was just, it was just 3 horror stories.
And she was one of the stories.
And she was one of the stories. She was the star.
Do we know what the other 2 were? I don't remember. It doesn't say.
That's because no one could remember them because they weren't as traumatizing.
Yeah, I know this really freaked a lot of people out.
As this one, and she's an archaeologist or something, and she took a cursed, like, Zuni doll or something like that.
Kachina, is that what they call
something?
them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got, these big teeth, and it's got a necklace on.
Yeah.
And it's, and the legend says, and, of course, she's an archaeologist, so she doesn't believe in any of this stuff, that if you got to keep the necklace on the doll, if the necklace falls off the doll or gets off the doll, bad things happen.
Yeah. Okay, well.
And so there's a shot of the doll on the table, and somehow the necklace falls off.
Yeah.
We don't know how, it just falls off.
Right.
And it brings the doll to life. And it starts chasing her around her apartment. Now, it does look cheap.
Yeah.
It really does. But
she sells it?
She sells it.
Yeah.
And it's 1975. I'm just a little kid watching this.
Freaked you out?
And it freaked me out.
It freaked out adults, too.
Yes.
And this was just a TV thing,
Just
so it's not...
made for TV,
Yeah.
but look, the doll starts biting her, and there's blood, and, and again, made for TV. And it's got a knife from her kitchen. It took a knife from her kitchen and is stabbing her. And for made for TV, that was...
Yeah. Oh, it was creepy.
But I mean, you look at it now, and it's kind of fake and phony, but,
Just tell me, does she get the necklace back on the doll at some point? Does she...
Oh, even better. even better, what happens to her.
Operator, please get the police.
Listen,
I don't know where I'm located. Just get the police.
I don't know where my apartment is.
It's an emergency. Just get me the police, please.
There's a what?
I'd tell you, but you won't believe me. And then the tiny doll figures out a way to get up and turn the doorknob. And it comes in, and it's menacing. Poor Karen Black in her bathrobe.
I seem to. Do I remember? And I'm not looking at what you guys are watching. I seem to remember the way they did the doll is they would just move it from place to place.
Well, it's a puppet.
It's moving.
You can tell that it's got a big head, so a hand could fit into it to make it go. But it's essentially it's a puppet, is what it is.
Yeah.
And
Oh, this says Karen Black was in all 3 stories, just playing different characters.
Oh, really?
That's what somebody
Oh, well, see, I don't remember the
Yeah.
rest of them. I just remember this one. Chases her into the bathroom, and it's waving the knife under the door. And,
So tell me, Carrie, I have to know, how does it end?
Happening.
I don't remember.
Happening.
It ends with her being possessed by the spirit of the
Oh!
doll. So the last shot you get is her with these great big sharp teeth, like this one.
Yeah.
And she's crouched in the kitchen with a knife, and she's pounding the knife into the kitchen floor,
No.
looking into the camera, all
Scary.
menacing,
Horrible.
and just oh man, it traumatized me when I was a little kid.
I can see
But
why.
yeah,
Trilogy of Terror.
so yeah, you can watch it on YouTube today, and
I will.
Maybe it'll traumatize.
No, I don't.
You as
I
well.
don't need any more trauma.
I haven't seen it for a long time.
Texters, yes, me too. That doll still lives in my nightmares. I remember this show. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the crap out of me and my sister. Nightmares for days. That's true. I did have nightmares about it.
Oh, this is a Punk throwback.
Yeah, Punk did review.
I give it a pack of Rolos and a Snicker bar. They say that. Thank you, whoever
I
sent
requested that he review it when he was reviewing things for us. But yeah, so Karen Black in Trilogy of Terror.
She that movie, 5 Easy Pieces with Jack Nicholson, was one of the one of my favorite movies for a long time, and it was just the saddest movie, and the way he treated her was just awful, and it was the whole movie was just so sad. Jack Nicholson was great,
and it's funny how some of these old movies traumatize people so much, and they remember them. I still get people bringing up The People Under the Stairs.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah. Was another one that scared
Don't Be
people.
Afraid of the Dark was the one for me.
Don't Be Afraid of that one. I don't remember.
That's the one where the little girl's sister dies in a car accident, and then her ghost comes back and possesses her.
Ooh.
And she tries to kill her parents. Yeah, it's.
Well, nobody's talking about Play Misty for me. That wasn't very good.
Oh, look at this. Trilogy of Terror. Zuni doll becomes most valuable prop in horror history.
If you could get somebody's got it.
Somebody's got it. It went for $200,000 at auction. It went for sale at Profiles in History. It estimated to get, $15,000, but it got $217,000 for the doll prop. Just from traumatized boomer.
Something about Karen Black. She could look really sexy and really goofy.
Yeah.
And she was not afraid
to be both.
I'm just watching the very last bit of this Trilogy of Terror. She's also not afraid to act her ass off.
Exactly.
Just
she
let it.
Committed to
just
the part.
every bit of it.
Exactly.
Just do it. Oh, that's great. I'm just watching that last where you see her open her mouth with the teeth.
With the teeth, yeah.
That's great.
And then there's the Night Stalker TV series.
I forgot that I worked with her.
You worked with Karen Black?
She was in Nashville.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, you didn't work with her.
I was there. I was
You
in
were
the
an
crowd.
extra.
I was in the crowd, and she was
you made
there.
it sound like you were in a scene with her. I worked with Karen
I worked
Black.
with her. They couldn't have. Robert Altman could not have done that movie without that
you?
crowd. Without that crowd, and I was part of that crowd.
Anyway, we'll take a break. We will be back with Boner of the Week. Dave the Flower Guy is here and ready to tell us, through a Craddock command, who is Boner of the Week. Stand by.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
This list is 25 signs that you have sold your soul to the devil.
Number one, you're in radio.
Yeah.
There we go.
You may not realize, but you have indentured yourself to the devil. And here's how you know.
Okay.
Number one, you care more about what others think of you than what you think of yourself.
Mm.
You're very concerned with your image, in other words.
When I was younger, I used to.
Number two, you've become a chronic complainer, and you blame people for holding you back.
The entire world now? Okay.
That's right. Number three, you are always tempted by money and material possessions.
In
So
this
far, me and the
world,
devil
again.
are like this.
Ah, I was going to say, to survive in this world, apparently you have to sell your soul.
I don't know.
Number
I'm
four.
tempted more by naps, really.
Oh, there you go.
Number four, you're a sucker for people who are fake and phony and insincere.
Nope.
Insincere.
No.
I could smell them a mile away.
And they suck me in every time. I don't know what it is. Number five, you're more concerned with fitting in with others than making a name for yourself.
I
That make
stand out.
sense?
I know I do.
Number six, you always end up losing in a relationship.
That means that you've sold your soul to the devil?
That's one of the signs.
You're unlucky in love?
It's one of the signs.
Bummer.
It says it means that you're being intolerant of other people and only looking at whatever particular situation is right in front of your eyes.
So you're being an SE boyfriend or an
Yeah.
SE girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Number seven, you have the tendency to be a tease.
Oh.
That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
You're a sucker for punishment.
Huh.
Number nine, you never take any time to relax, reflect, or enjoy life.
And
It's
see,
a sign
again,
you've
that's
sold your soul.
my goal in life.
To be able to do that.
Is to do those things. So
Well, if you would sell your soul to the devil right away, maybe you could do it.
you're making a tempting offer.
Number 11, you're a slave to your addictions.
Hmm.
Can't give them up. Number 12, you take more than you give.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, we're all working toward this goal, aren't we?
Yes.
Let's see. Number 13, you're trying to find something or someone new that can make you happy. No?
No. I thought I have sold my soul to the devil, but apparently I have not.
Number 14,
That's what I'm learning here today.
Yeah.
you're always worried or unhappy on the inside.
Isn't that anxiety?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 15, you're trying to be as successful as possible.
No. I'm too lazy.
I'm working on that one, so I guess great.
I'm too lazy to be as successful as I could be.
Number 16, you've completely lost touch with the present moment. You just live in a delusional state. You just don't understand what's going on around you, nor do you care.
No, I know too much about what's going on around me.
Carrie,
Yeah.
this one you can't deny.
Okay.
Number 17, you dislike or even hate people.
Yes.
See, this is the first sign that you've sold your soul
So
to the
far,
devil.
this is the first one.
Great.
Okay. Number 18, you're always trying to live up to other people's expectations of you. I
Well,
don't think that's the case for you.
just Sue and the dogs.
I think I'm always trying to live up to everybody's expectations.
I have a sticker that says, "Be the person your dog thinks you are."
Number 19, you fear looking your worst. which is why you dress, act, and look nothing like God intended you to.
Which church made this list? By
Yeah,
the way?
exactly.
A texter just asked that question,
This
and
is a list, I think, from a psychic website.
I'm beginning to agree.
It's from a psychic website.
Hmm.
Number 20, you're willing to trade on your own self-respect, regardless of the consequences to your soul.
No.
In other words, you'll demean yourself just to get ahead.
No.
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 Number 21, you love to talk about other people's lives and how much better your life is than theirs.
Oh, there's that, yes.
Continuously.
Yeah.
Number 22, you are obsessed with being in control of every situation, no matter how trivial or inconsequential it might be to you in the long run, Carrie. Huh?
No.
Hmm?
No.
No? No? Okay. You're not obsessed with being in control of every situation.
Not every situation,
He
no.
was the
You're
kid that
willing
put
to
his
just let
name.
things go.
He put his name on the art project and said, "I helped."
Yeah.
Number 23, you've been accused of saying, "I knew I shouldn't have done it," after doing something naughty like, fornication or gluttony or greed.
Again, which church made this list?
No, it's psychics. I'm telling you, it's psychics. Number 24, you have a tendency to be dishonest and to lie often, even when it's not necessary. I know people like that.
I do too.
Well, you're in radio. Of course you do.
Yeah. And then finally this one, you never feel good enough.
Anxiety again.
You never feel good enough. Now, and then it says here, can a psychic help you with this stuff?
Oh,
You
great.
see?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's all a scam.
If you want specific advice on your situation, it can be very helpful to speak to someone with special intuition.
Special
And,
intuition.
Yeah.
And then it says there's something called psychic source that you can turn to.
It was either a religion or psychics or some other
Yeah, it's
thing
psychics.
that's come up with this.
And then there's
There's
a
nothing
link.
in there. There's nothing in there about suddenly you can play the guitar amazingly. There's
Yeah.
nothing in there.
Well,
Yeah.
no crossroads mention.
Yeah.
Nothing like that.
Nothing, no smell of sulfur, nothing
Yeah.
like that.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, here's a texter. If you don't believe in the devil, this is just a list of being a crappy person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Or living in the world we live in today.
So there's a link here. It says you can click this link to find help, and it directs you to something called Love Psychics.
Oh
Jesus.
boy.
And it says you can get a reading for as little as $1 per minute.
Of course you can.
$1 a minute?
$1 a minute.
Wow.
That adds up, doesn't
That
it?
does add up.
Except now
Especially if it's a slow talking psychic.
It says 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back.
Sure.
Okay.
That's what it says. And there are pictures of these psychics, these love and relationship psychics, and they're all very nice looking people.
Oh, surely they wouldn't rip me off.
No,
Not at all.
I don't think so.
They look too good.
They're soul readers, right?
Rochelle, Jenica,
Jenica.
Sapphire, and Fabiola.
Fabiola.
Yeah.
Love it. I want
She's-
her.
Fabiola's the older one.
I want her to read. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want her to read mine.
That sounds like a female wrestler's name,
And
doesn't it?
Jenica must be the youngest one.
No, Rochelle is.
Rochelle?
I would think. Yeah. Just based on what they look like.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Sapphire's mature and Fabiola's quite a bit older.
Most everything is a scam.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
because we found out on this day.
There's a new full-length documentary been announced. It's the first time they've ever fully authorized a film about their formation and their whole. So be looking for that.
Yeah, are they just starting working on it, I guess?
Yes.
I didn't read the whole story. I just read the headline.
I will be looking for that because I love Devo.
They're it'll be quite interesting. I think they were people didn't give them much credit at first. I think you know what I mean. They didn't. Oh, they were kind of a funny novelty act, sort of.
No, they're
with flower pots on their heads.
Their influence is huge.
It says currently in production, no release date announced.
All right.
Are we ready to do Boner of the Week?
Let's Boner of the Week.
I figured that's why Dave was here. Yeah, you're here to do Boner of the Week, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, unless Dave the Flower Guy is here, he's made his way through the snowy conditions to do his weekly job with us here on Radio from Hell. And our nice friend, his nice friend Ivy from Booze Teak, is going to come and give him a ride home. Isn't she? That's very nice.
That is nice.
All right, you ready, Dave? Here we go.
Yeah.
The winner from Monday, number one. We don't want the kids talking about, you know what, about sex at all, any sex at all. That's a bill being sponsored by Florida Representative Stan McClain. It would ban the discussion of any human sexuality in schools. Boner candidate number two from Tuesday. And his dad says he's grounded for a week, too. Oh, that's the son of the Philadelphia Flyers general manager, I think. And his son pushed a woman's wheelchair down the stairs. She was not in it. She's an amputee who was a double amputee, as it turns out, who was out of the wheelchair. Her friends had carried her into the restroom. And so he decided it would be funny to push her wheelchair down the stairs. Ha, ha, ha. Boner candidate number three from Wednesday. Maybe you'll pay attention to this lawsuit. This is the guy up at Utah State University. I believe he's graduated now, but he's alleging a racist professor up there who drew this man who is doing the lawsuit is of Haitian descent, and he said his professor drew this caricature of him, which was very racist and treated him poorly, and he couldn't get the university to do anything about it, and so he's suing. Boner candidate number four from yesterday. Hey, this is just a bag of rocks. The J.P. Morgan Bank thought that they were buying a huge bags of nickel, the mineral, the metal, nickel, and they bought it, and $1.3 million. They bought it a few years ago. They said, "Hey, remember all that nickel we bought? We ought to sell that. Let's get it." Turns out that there was no nickel in the bags. There was rocks. And Boner candidate number four from today, ritualistic abuse. Oh, sure, bail him out of jail. Jeez. All right, Dave, pretty tough. Which one?
Number two.
Number two. The pushing the wheelchair down the stairs.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty good. Yeah.
That's your Boner of the Week. Thank you, David. All right, let's do the promo and roll towards the exit.
I'll find that. I don't know it's here somewhere. That's the one that says promo.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Carrie, you gonna be here Monday?
Plan to.
Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come too.
Well, I guess that sells it. We'll do another Radio from Hell show Monday morning here on X96. You didn't mention the money giveaway.
Oh, I did. Well, there are 100 promos running about the money.
100?
Starting Monday, $1,000 a day.
Money.
There are 100 promos running about.
I mean, a lot of them.
I think we ought to do a promo that says there are 100 promos running
all
about.
day. We recorded a video one yesterday. You're
We
going to
did?
see it on Facebook and Instagram.
The Radio from Hell Facebook page. We're on video. That's why I never go to our Facebook page.
No, it'll be not just on our. It'll pop up in your feed. It'll.
All right. I think we did good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
We have a no puffins rule in my house.
That's right. Marcy is next.
Kicking off nothing but